You now, and theoretically they can hear me now, and
Hello,
theoretically,
Hi everyone.
hello, fellow humans.
yay!
Yeah.
We're fellow humans, assumedly. Some of you might be humans. We have one elf at
No, I'm
least,
not
and
human.
one rockman.
Ganassi,
Yeah.
but alright.
That's what I said, rockman.
Oh, it's
Lee calls you Rockman.
Yeah, Lee
Oh,
does call
yeah.
you rockman.
don't all do.
And so do all the children. It's
Yeah.
quite frustrating.
Another stream with all the
I imagine
voices.
Pet would call you Rockman.
Fet definitely calls you
Yay!
rockman.
We did it 2 streams in a row.
Let's
Can you-
go.
Everyone say yay! Yay!
Eska, you did say yay.
That's
Oh,
how
yay.
would you?
Excuse me. Okay, let's try that again. Everyone say yay. Yay!
Very good. Very good.
I'll try to get a snapshot of all of us saying yay. Okay.
Wait,
Just share
surely
that.
that,
The
surely
before
that
and
is
after.
confetti. Where is it?
Confetti.
Oh, true.
Where's the confetti redeem?
I'll confetti you in a minute.
That's
Hey! Neko! Hello! You're so welcome. Welcome in. You absolute legend. Perfect timing. Celebrate players' victory. Oh, actually, you know what we need to do? Just before, we need to like go into the back end of Twitch. We need to disable. Disable.
Yeah, please.
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 Please. Channel plates. Okay, let's just turn off like very specific things that we need to
One
do.
that ruins immersion.
It breaks my
Yeah.
brain trying to get it to work.
Very confusing.
Where is it? Okay, here it is. Let's just what's this do? Does that enable it? Oh no. Enabled? Yes. Okay. We've turned it off. We're
Yay!
safe.
Woo.
We are safe.
Or are we?
Yes.
Dun, dun,
Yes, we are.
dun.
We've turned it off.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's great. I don't think there's anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Glad Allie was here last time.
Neko, we're doing great. How are you, Neko? It's been a long time since we had a chat. Actually, we're both very busy. How's your streams been going? How's everyone in chat? Hopefully you're doing well. It's time for stream. We're gonna play Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dagrons, in fact.
A new game I
Yes.
haven't heard of.
Yes, you have. You love Dungeons and Dagrons.
Definitely.
Oh, team. So, last very episode, did we or did we not all have horrible, horrible nightmares?
No good, very bad time.
Yeah,
Very
I
bad
don't have
time.
any nightmares.
yeah.
Pure stars.
Allie
And
did experience nightmares
true.
a couple of weeks back, so I feel like everyone's even now because Allie knows exactly what they experienced.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
shush.
we might have had terrible nightmares, but Neko Frosty is got tennis elbow, so that's like at least 12.8% worse,
Ah, okay.
I assume.
Mm.
Yeah, I've done the math. I paid the math budget this month.
Yeah,
Let's see.
good job.
Yeah,
Dumb.
yeah.
I
But
feel like-
yeah, sorry. Continue, Requin.
I going back to Ali, like Ali knowing, I suppose, that look in everyone's eye would be interesting. I feel Requin feels quite ashamed of succumbing to fear and wouldn't want anyone to know. But I guess we'll
True.
see what happens.
True.
I feel like if anything, Allie would recognize the anger that was in Eska because that's exactly how she reacted escaping her nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She threw 2 daggers into a wall. She was angry.
True. True.
Yeah.
The Dreamhunter sucks.
Yeah, she does.
Let's kill him.
I say with a mouthful of food, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Made it better.
I've checked the rule book. There are no rules around eating.
Oh no, the only rule is that you've got to share.
Yeah. Where's the sharing?
I can try, but like Allie, I have no magic, so I don't think I can. I'm sorry. I'm considered human spirit.
I mean, in Regency times, you were allowed to talk with your mouth open, but you could not drink your tea while someone else was speaking.
Really?
So
Drink no tea.
everyone had to, like, collectively pause, find a good pausing point in the conversation, and take a sip of tea. Because it was impolite to drink tea while someone else was talking. But you can talk with your mouth full. It was interesting.
Wow.
I mean,
It's
in
fascinating.
certain countries to this day, you can talk with your mouth full,
What?
make noise, and
Random facts. I love them.
There was a culture that you have to burp at the end of the meal, otherwise it was disrespectful.
Wow.
Oh.
I'd be in trouble. I have trouble burping.
Does this count as a derail? I don't know.
Yeah.
Been the kid.
Oh my god. Okay. Yes, it does. Oh my gosh, Schmex, you legend. I was literally typing that same thing.
That's alright, I got in early.
Oh, Smex, you amazing mod. Thank you for posting that message up. So what I was gonna say before. So obviously last stream we had an encounter with the Dreamhunter. The Dreamhunter trying to make its own nest somewhere in the real world and was overlaying dreams on. Yeah, boo, shake your fists, chat, boo. Trying to make a nest for itself here in the real world, and it was overlaying dream energy across the real world. Now, something that you experienced, obviously, there was a lot of that dream energy flowing out, but there was also a lot of that dream energy flowing across the caravan as well. So it was noticed by the people in the caravan, and weird stuff happened. Now, because of this...
Oh.
Sorry?
Oh no.
Oh no. Because of this, the lovely Lelia has requested to see you four. Requin, Eska, Ali, and Lee. Being the most versed in the Dreamhunter, that very next morning, she has invited you to meet her just outside the caravans in a mysterious location in the woods. She's told you to come alone. What could this mean?
doesn't feel ominous at all.
That's... Yep.
So,
Normal information.
the three of you and Lee gather outside of your caravan and begin discussing this turn of events. Lelia has sent an invitation just for you four to head out to this location in the woods. What do you think? What is your what's your inclination as to what the Lelia could actually want?
Is it, like, actually Lelia's handwriting? Or...
That's a good question. Requin steals the note from Eska's hands, who was reading it. And please roll an investigation. You examine the handwriting.
Have you seen Lelia's handwriting before?
Wouldn't Eskin know her handwriting from the get-go? Given the research.
You want to go investigate then?
It's gonna reply to a
I've
message
only got
quickly
a
here.
14.
Like, I can investigate, but I feel like Eska just knows what her handwriting looks like.
Eska's a very Eska to do that.
Yeah, like any
the
other
amount
character.
The amount of research she did into her, like...
Yeah, true. Actually, that makes sense. Oh, and the author note for the book. Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I see.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
I mean, nothing.
Who's done the most research on Lelia?
Not Ellie. at all.
Eska. Eska.
Who's the expert in this subject?
Huh.
So yeah, would I know, or do you want me to roll?
No, roll. Yeah, please. Investigate. Do you trust?
21.
Do you trust? 21.
Yeah.
Excellent. It looks like Lelia's handwriting to you.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Looks as genuine as it gets.
For whatever reason. Hold on. For whatever reason, somebody can't kick you with a goblin. So I need to.
That's a very important thing that needs to happen.
Is this a certain Soto?
It definitely could be. Yeah, it works. It's still there.
Just a simple question.
Yeah, Lee got kicked. Well, I had to kick someone.
Not Lee!
I had to kick someone, alright? It
Ali
seems...
instantly
Yeah.
throws a dagger at the goblin.
No. When we were, like, frantically turning off specific redeems for body swapping, I was just worried I might have accidentally turned off Soto's favorite one, so... but no, it is still there. I'll be watching.
I know that's the point of the stream, but saying it just seems more honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But please, you investigate. You, Esker, think it is Lelia's handwriting. It does look legitimate. It does not stop the fact that it's still a suspicious message to get. There's almost no information here. It just says for the four of you to meet her at a specific location, just over the rise, away from the caravans in the woods, early morning. Come alone.
If we're that suspicious, we could always go talk to Georgie.
Mmm.
Ooh. Esker got an ability for this.
It says Esker in the third person. It seems they've finally started losing their mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Only took, what, reliving trauma? Yeah.
Only took 13 episodes, but whatever.
I thought we'd do it quicker than that, guys.
Yeah.
So
It's like, and then Esker just does nothing. It's like, I've got an ability for this. Sits back down, does nothing.
Do you want to?
Do we want to go talk to Georgie first and see if she knows anything?
We can try and find her.
Says Esker.
Yes.
You guess so? Alrighty.
We're looking for Georgie.
We got. Okay. So I rolled my D100 and got 42.
Excellent.
So there will be wisps that'll pop up, and they'll lead down several possible paths.
Ooh.
One of which will be Georgie, the others will just be nothing.
Excellent. A cloud of tiny, bright wisps, jumping and seeming to giggle as they move through the air, marks several potential pathways to Georgie. Esker, you hear them whispering, "This way, this way, this way." They're all telling you this way. They're all telling you that Georgie is either up the line of caravans towards the north, back down the line of caravans to the south, or they're telling you Georgie is off into the woods, exactly where Lelia is. It is your choice. The rest of you just see the wisps, but do not hear the whispers. Pun intended.
You'll be here on that.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Goblin!
It's Goblin!
Goblin!
Boss battle music plays. It's Goblin.
First, I feel like we should go north, and have a look.
Excellent.
Would we know that Georgie and Lelia's caravan is ahead of us?
Yeah, you know where Georgie and Lelia's caravan, and it generally is in the north. Yeah, it's usually at the start of normally at the start of the wagon train.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that Georgie's there at this very moment.
It's true, but
But-
this is a good place to start.
If there's any good place to start, we go north.
Sure.
North we go.
I have a question. Would a certain star raven ring that allows me to speak a location to it, would that include just the location of Georgie?
Ooh. That's a good question. I would let you persuade the Raven Wing. Can you persuade the Raven that
Can I intimidate?
where Georgie is? Yeah, you sure can. Oh, no.
Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful, SpongeBob!
You hear a
Thanks,
dark,
Goblin.
you hear a dark sound, and the wisps, some of them, turn red, giggling horribly, and disappear off into the surrounding woods and caravans. You feel like they're up to mischief, and you won't know when until it happens. Dun dun dun.
I bet we don't go that way, and I point at one of the red wisps flying away.
Love you, bye. Bye, Goblin.
I feel like Requin would be looking at, like, getting a ring out of her satchel, but also look at the wisps going away, and then just look at Esker, sort of thinking, what on earth has this man done again? And
Let me... yeah. Yep. So the red wisps have just like jutted off everywhere.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. I've broken everything. That's fine. Ella's just pointed out that none of the links work for the D&D YouTube. So I've literally been telling people to go to nowhere. Hooray! I'm so good at my job.
Hey, at least you know now.
Oh no. Okay, hold on. Ella, let me fix that. Let me fix that very thing before we move forward, so I don't feel like an idiot. View your channel. It's because I changed the name of the stupid thing. Okay, that's exactly what I've done. I need to fix that link. Oh gosh.
I believe Please Explain Again is just asking us to explain what happened. Repeating
Yes.
ourselves? See?
Okay, well I can't go in right now. I cannot go in right now, for whatever reason. But that's the new YouTube. There it is. Haha! Succeed. Okay. So what do we decide, team? Are we going to head north, following the wisps?
Can I hold the Star Raven ring and
Yes.
speak to it, saying, wait. Okay, she'll say Georgie first as the location, and then I believe she'll look sternly at it.
Excellent.
And give an intimidating glare. I hope you do your job.
Oh my god. Okay. Raven rolled in that one. So, the Raven ring, Requin takes off the ring, and the silver Raven ring turns into a full-size silver Raven. It sort of looks at you, cocking its head to one side. And you say, Georgie, and then you look at it and say, I hope you'll do your job. You look intimidating as heck. And the Raven, like, takes a jump back a little bit, looking at you, and it sort of flaps its wings furiously and flies off into the forest.
Oh.
Interesting.
So, I mean, it makes sense for Georgie and Lelia to be together.
Says Ali, watching the Raven fly off into the woods.
Following the Raven.
Excellent.
Wait. I'm gonna wait for everyone else to start going.
Lee looks over at the Raven and like pulls the rifle out and aims at it, and just looks at Requin and says, I can shoot it down if that'll help.
Oh my god, Lee, no.
Lee, put the gun down.
she looks at Requin and gives him a cheeky wink.
I'm gonna wait. Okay, while she's doing that, I'm gonna steal her hat
No.
and then
Okay.
walk so that she follows me to try and get her hat back.
Yeah. Perfect.
Um,
Please roll your sleight of hand.
nice.
I'm gonna roll this dice. Oh, that's a good roll. I think it's 26. Wait, give me a sec. No, it's higher than that. It's 28.
You think
My
it's 26?
goodness.
28.
28. It's still a hat.
Lee notices at the last second, but not quick enough to do anything about it.
After I steal it and walk past, I start walking backwards and I put it on. I give her a wink and then I keep walking forward.
Nice.
Yeah.
Lee like
Now
smooths.
she has to follow me and
yeah.
she won't shoot it down.
Lee's like smoothing her hair. She's like, "Hey, come on. Yeah, I didn't do my hair this morning. What do you think the hat's for?"
Well, come get it back, silly.
And she follows Ali off into the snow.
And I'm following
after
the raven.
Yeah,
Yeah.
love it.
Mm.
Esker, Requin?
Would the others notice if I'm using Heartfelt?
No.
No. Well, Esker will be doing that and follow.
Excellent. Perfect. Esker, you then notice, please roll, well, it's your passive perception unless you're looking specifically at the others. Trying to sense their heartbeat.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to notice in this moment.
Yeah, so passive perception then.
12.
Excellent. You notice that Requin's heartbeat is very steady. They seem like they're fairly sure of themselves. You notice that Ali and Lee's heartbeats are slightly elevated. So,
So cute.
it is a little bit cute. As you go then into the forest, it is not long before you see a large clearing. There are felled trees everywhere. At first you think there's been some sort of accident here, but then you realize the trees have been moved and placed in some sort of theater. It looks like this. Also, Requin's viola is apparently way ahead of the party. How did it get here so fast?
As it usually does.
It quickly flies back. Where is it, Viola? What are you doing? Whee! Back to Requin. So, you arrive in this clearing. Could I please get you all to roll percentage dice? Lee
I
will
love
also do
percentage
this.
dice.
Everyone loves when I say
Lovely,
percentage dice. It's your damn favorite.
Too early.
Too early
75.
for this. 75.
23.
23.
93?
93. Okay, sure.
Can we all get a 3 in our number?
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
I didn't. I got 62, so I'm the odd one out. As
so
usual.
close then.
As
Do
usual.
better.
Do better.
Unfortunately, Requin, as you were walking in and you were keeping an eye on your lovely silver raven, which was flying overhead, you have stepped into a hole in the ground.
Right.
It was covered by sticks and leaves and snow, but it appears to be a weak point, and you stepped right on it. Please roll a reflex save. You feel like one of the wisps giggles nearby behind a tree.
I forgot about the trap.
Yeah.
I forgot
makes
about the
sense.
traps immediately.
That's pretty good, actually. That is a 22.
22. Excellent. You leap out of the way. You absolutely leap out of the way. I need to get the little trap thing. I've got traps. Because Goblin redeemed traps. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Boom. Requin leaps forward. There is a pit trap just behind her in the snow. You hear a soft "oh," and one of the little red wisps just dissipates. Its trap has failed. Its master, Goblin, is grumpy at it somewhere. But you have arrived, and you see, or rather first hear, and then see, Lelia. And Georgie.
Do I see a Georgie?
You do
Yeah.
indeed see a Georgie.
Okay.
Lelia and Georgie standing up near the large log at the top of the hill. Looking down, you see that they've set up these logs that have been felled in some sort of theatre. They haven't noticed you yet, they seem to be talking quietly. What would you like to do?
Can I sneak up and appear right beside Georgie
Yes.
and just say hello?
That derail button is still not working. I need to... Someone remind me to fix that, because I will just forget. So, please roll your stealth check. How stealthy are you?
Really stealthy. I'm gonna use half my movement so that I get advantage.
Oh, brutal. I forgot about that. Half movement, way higher stealth.
Like,
Oh wow, I rolled a 9 and a 10 on the die, but that's okay because that's still a 23.
Excellent. Perfect. So, Ali, which way would you like to go? Straight up the middle, trying to jump behind the seats, or would you like to go from behind Georgie or behind Lelia?
Behind Georgie.
Behind Georgie? Excellent.
Yeah.
So, you sneak up behind this little ruined shack or something up here on the ridgeline, and you begin sneaking along towards Georgie. Unfortunately, you've picked wrong, because Lelia had the higher perception passively, and she sort of leans over to one side and sees you and just says, what are you doing?
Saying hello? You did
Sorry?
ask for us to be here, didn't you?
I asked for all of you, thank you very much. Where are you?
I just point to the rest. I still have Lee's hat too, so like, they're over that way.
Yeah.
Hide behind the hat.
Lee is just like back down here, 3 seats back, hands on hips, just looking at you, shaking her head.
I'm allowed to have fun sometimes, aren't I? I say to Lee.
Y'all can have as much fun as you like, she says. But I am going to be needing that hat back one day.
I told you had to come get it back.
Oh, I'll get it back, she says, giving you a smirk, and her eyes sort of narrow in a cheeky smile. She
Raglan's gonna ignore that and just
she
clear her throat. Like,
she literally looks like she's like sizing up a shot to try to shoot it off your head with her fingers. She's like doing that one.
Ali has clearly thought this through.
Yeah, clearly. Eska, what have you been doing while Lee and Ali have been flirting and Ali's been trying to sneak up on Georgie?
He would probably move up and focus on Lalia with his ability.
Excellent. Eska appears to be creeping on Lelia. It's just staring at her. It's real weird.
It was investigation, yeah?
Yes, please.
Yeah, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Excellent. Perfect. Lelia rolled a 3. So, her heartbeat is steady and measured, but seems to have a little bit of fear in there. Something is scaring her, but she's not letting it show.
Interesting. Right.
Hmm. So, yes?
Sorry, he'll also just give a hello.
Hello, says Eska, still staring creepily at Lelia. Lelia sort of gives you a sidelong look and sort of huffs. Meanwhile, Requin, having leapt across a pit trap that a naughty goblin commanded a wisp to lay for you, what would you like to do?
she will stride up to Lelia and just sort of ignore everything else that just went on, and say, let's get down to business. What did you need us for?
Yes, of course, says Lelia. You best sit down. She points to the sort of pew made of a large log in front. Lee walks over and sort of like turns around and sits on it. pats the log next to her and like motions for Ali to join her.
I go sit down and then I keep the hat out of her reach.
Lee's trying to grab the hat. Lee's trying to grab that damn hat. What did I do with Lee's dice? I've lost it completely. That's fine. There it is. Disregard. I found it. Oh, man. All right. Well, Lee rolled a 3, so good luck. Good luck beating that.
It's my hat now.
My hat now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fine. What's your roll then? Sleight of hand. Thank you very much.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your sleight of hand
Ellie
roll?
has like a +13 to this.
I know.
26.
I know. It's fine. You somehow managed to keep it away from Lee, even though she's essentially just like wrestling you now.
It's like a
just
foot taller than me too. So
Yeah, I
like...
know. She's like desperately trying to get the hat. She gives up pretty quickly, and just says, "I'll get that back eventually, you know."
I know. I'm gonna
Leia,
keep it out of her reach while we're sitting next to each other, though.
yeah, 100%. You just sort of like bent out of the way slightly so that it just out of her reach. Can I get it? Oh, thanks for the follow, man. It's awesome. We appreciate it. Okay, so Lelia looks to all of you and sort of seems to be real impatient, real impatient. While Lee and Ali are essentially just wrestling for a hat.
Understandable.
We're
I'm
taking
just-
this so seriously, guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
Does Requin have the exact same look as Lelia right now?
Probably.
Yeah, that sounds legit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, then Lee is going to sit with her hands in her lap, looking probably chaste, but also looking a little bit cheeky at the fact she's just been like wrestling with Ali, trying to get her hat back. She did still enjoy that. So, team. That being the case, Eska, Requin, would you like to sit on the log as well?
Esker will not sit
Eska will not sit.
Nice.
Where would you like to stand, Eska?
exactly where he's standing.
Ooh, exactly where he's standing.
Yeah. Don't move him.
Requiem will go sit on the edge of the log nearest Eska. Thus. Phew.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
It had to be done. It had to be done. Now Ali's wearing Lee's hat.
Yes. It's my hat now.
Just imagine Ali's just like, "Hi, I'm Lee. Howdy, howdy, howdy."
This feels very.
God. Oh, much
Out of
love, Magma
place.
9. Much love. Okay, so in that case, Requin, where are you sitting / refusing to sit?
No, she will sit. She'll sit on the edge of the log closest to Eska on the other one.
On
She's
the
not gonna sit with them.
over here? Not gonna sit with those two.
Ow, Requin doesn't want to sit with us.
It's
She's
a cool
too
hat.
cool.
Yeah.
You can't sit with us.
It is a cool hat.
Sit with us. Oh god. It's just an open secret that Ali and Lee have been playing cards in their rooms like every night for weeks now.
Yeah.
Everyone's just getting a little bit sick of their attitude. Here we are.
Hey, but it brings some light in this dark time.
It sure does. It sure does. Lelia at this point snaps her fingers in a prestidigitation spell, and a loud like thunderclap plays out. She just looks at you with fury in her eyes. Absolute fury in her eyes. Where is she? Let's just make her really big and intimidating. She just stares you down. Are you quite finished? Lee immediately, like, quiet, hands in her lap again. Yes, ma'am, she says. Lelia now addresses the party. As you very well know, this caravan has been cursed for quite some time. It is intolerable We've never had this level of disaster before, any of our trips before. It must be stopped. That recent attack, the thing you stopped, I could sense its dark magic. It affected almost everything. The world changed and destroyed. It was horrible. Had you not stopped it, we would have all been lost, I am sure. Now, it is either following us close by, or, as I suspect, and Georgie as well, she turns to Georgie and sort of nods. Georgie nods back and then sort of gives you a cheers in the air with her tankard, which she just pulls out of somewhere. You're not even sure where she got it. Takes a sip and sort of winks and sort of rolls her eyes at how serious Lelia is being. Now, Georgie and I agree. You must hunt this thing down. We've ordered the caravan stopped for today for repairs from that Dreamhunter attack. We've seen the results of it, but only you four and your other friends, I guess, have actually seen the beast. For whatever reason, you're either involved or you're the only ones who can stop it. Now, if you're involved, she sort of surveys all of you. I fear we're all doomed, to be honest. I have no idea how you all do what you do, but it pains me to say none of us are a match for you. Powerful as you may be our only hope, and I pray, she gives you all a really searching look, that you are enough to root out this Dreamhunter today. She smacks her hand down on the log, and it cracks like lightning. You must discover its identity. Come to me by tomorrow morning with your suspicions. For here, and she motions to this makeshift theater, we shall hold court against those you accuse. Do not assume that any of us are innocent. I place even myself and Georgie on this list, for we may be acting even under duress without knowing. Although I find that hard to believe, I cannot rule it out. Investigate everyone within this caravan. Surely you have some suspicions. She looks at you as if searching for an answer and then says, No, don't tell me. Don't tell me until you're sure. You have 1 day. 1 day to root this thing out, or we make a break for the north. And I hesitate to... And at this point, Eska, you notice her heart rate begins to accelerate. It beats fast with fear. I hesitate to think what that beast will do should we run and it chase us down. You must find this creature. Do you understand?
Don't you think that's what we've been doing this entire time? Nothing changes that you've now suddenly asked us to.
Yes, but I'm giving you the opportunity. We have stopped everyone here. Please, do your best. I have sent all the other guards around to guard the caravan. You will be free to wander and investigate should you so wish. I have told everyone you are deputized. You are my eyes and ears here. No one should stop you. Inspect wagons, should you so wish. Interrogate people, but do it quietly. Do not let that Dreamhunter know that you're onto it. Should we find it, I believe that with my powers and yours, we can stop it tomorrow and move on freely. Do you disagree?
I do not.
Very well. Georgie and I will be here, getting ready. I shall set some marks, and Georgie shall set some traps. We shall capture this beast, whichever body it hides within. Now go. Scour the camps and caravans. Investigate those who you feel most likely to commit this sin.
Very well. shall we start here? Offer us some proof that you are not who we're trying to find.
Lelia looks darkly at you, her eyes like thunderclouds. Wow. Please roll a persuasion, Mr. Esker.
Mr. Esker with persuasion of 14.
Excellent. It doesn't matter. She rolled in that one. So, Lelia collapses just onto her knees and just holds her head. At first, you think she's sort of in physical pain. She seems to be writhing and racking. And then you realize she's crying. So much death. I can't be responsible for this, she says. I've let my family down. Do you know how long we've been trekking through this wilderness? She cries.
Yes, I do.
Good. Inside check.
Esker knows exactly how long she's been doing this.
She turns to Esker. You know, again, her rage returning. You know nothing. My father, he was
died
the
on the mountain.
first. He was the
Yes.
first to How do you know that? She cries. Georgie's now like behind
Do
her,
you know that,
like
Esker?
hugging her. Yeah. Lee like also turns and is like, yeah, how do you all know that, Esker?
I have my secrets. On the 18th year was it? A avalanche? Yes, that's right, isn't it?
Oh my god. Lelia just bursts into tears. She turns around and is just like hugging Georgie around the waist on her knees in the snow. Georgie's like stroking her hair and trying to console her.
I think that's enough, Esker.
Georgie looks at Esker, daggers in her eyes and one in her hand, and she says, now listen here, you'll better stop that. You hurt Lelia. You and I are going to have words, Esker.
I ain't heard her. I think she's telling the truth. Do you want me to roll another heartfelt?
This is now an active perception in your heartfelt, yes.
Yeah.
As Esker's ability to sense the beating hearts of those around him permeates the area.
23. Yeah.
Excellent. In Georgie's heart, you feel nothing but love for Lelia right now. And a little bit of sort of concern and fear as well, mixed in. In Lelia's heart, you just feel it broken. It is completely shattered. She has finally broken. She's never lost this many people. She's hardly ever lost anyone. Her family invented this trail. They are the travelers. They're the ones.
Yeah.
They are the ones. It is.
I offer you peace for now, and Esker will start walking off.
Yeah. Sorry. In chat, Ashfire, the link in the link tree is broken for the. So that's the old sessions YouTube. I need to fix the link in Linktree, but that's how you get there. If you want to watch the old episodes, we are glad we have you hooked, because this is the end of Season 1, the Dreamhunter arc, where probably we guess 6 to 10 episodes left. So, shit's getting good. There's some dark stuff happening now. So yeah, we're very proud of it. Also, if you're on the Discord ever, there are some cool things, role plays that all of these lovely people over here do. There's literally tons of hours of role plays between all these characters and others. So yeah, some backstory there. But back to the scene. The curtain raises again, and Lelia and Georgie are sitting there now. Georgie consoling Lelia. She is still crying, mumbling about the amount of death in this crossing. Eska, you have done some research and you have some behind-the-scenes knowledge. You know that her family did invent this pass. They were the first. Her father was the first to travel across these mountains. First one ever. And she's continued that tradition after her family died. She seems broken at the idea that she might have failed. She's failed to keep so many people safe. And who knows about those who left the wagon and tried to take the rest of the trail by themselves, or tried to head back by themselves. What happened to them? She's heartbroken, Eska.
Do I get the sense that the spell she's been using has stopped?
Ooh, that's interesting. Please roll an Arcana check.
Certainly. Natural 20.
Nat 20. Yes, Eska, you realize she has been using the spell Compounded. She has been trying to use her sorceric abilities, and she has been using a spell of her own creation. One that helps her to concentrate, but essentially makes it hard for her to make personal connections. She seems to have dropped that concentration, and it'll all come crashing in. Your words to her have broken her spell.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Eska's also using that spell, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. That's
why he's a lot harsh. Like he's gonna be a lot harsher.
Lelia does not notice that you're using her very own spell. So, in any case, Lelia and Georgie now sitting there. Georgie is consoling her partner Lelia, and Lelia is just sobbing quietly, head in her hands on the bench. She looks up at you, tears in her eyes, and says, "You have one day. We need to stop this thing. We need to. It can't keep doing this. It can't."
Good to see you, your normal self. Shouldn't we get moving?
Lee stands upright and tries to grab the hat from Ali.
She's not getting the hat back.
Please.
I can't see what that is.
Really?
What'd you get?
Oh, it's behind Georgie. No. So what's that going to be, like a 17?
What do you want me to roll?
You can make a what's a disabled device? Sleight of hand. That's it. Sleight of hand check.
Oh, dice fell off the desk. That's okay. I got 30.
30.
30.
Yep.
She's not getting that hat back. It's not happening.
No. Lee literally is just like, y'all can't blame a girl for trying. And she turns around and hops back off the log and says, "Y'all coming? Sounds like we got some varmints to interrogate." She begins counting bullets in her belt pouch ominously and starts walking off. Looking down at the pit that Requin made, is just like, "Y'all see this? What would the rest of you like to do?"
I am gonna put the hat back on.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to Georgie, and I'm gonna put a hand on her shoulder and just say, "Look after her."
And how many gold would you like to steal while you do this?
No, I was gonna give her a gemstone.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give her a little amber stone.
That's very sweet of you.
I'm just gonna walk away without saying anything.
And how many gold did you
Like
steal
I
while you...
stole it.
I'm sorry.
I'm not stealing from Georgie. I've already stolen like a lot of money from Georgie, and it's not a good thing to do right now. I'm giving her a gemstone.
Excellent. Georgie looks at it sort of confused and is like, "Thank you."
Ali just walks away. She didn't even stay for the thank you.
Yeah.
She has a tight grip on the hat, though. She follows Lee.
Tight grip on the hat.
Yeah.
Lee.
Well, at least we're used to wearing a hat.
Yeah. Eska, Requin, what do?
I'd be next to or in front of Lee.
Next to and or in front of Lee.
Yeah.
Lee
I
like
guess I'll
looks.
just follow.
Yeah, Requin's following as well. And the party heads back off into the wagons and camps. Esker at the front. Lee puts their arm around you and says, "Alright, Rockman, let's do this thing."
Let's below this giant.
Lee just like fist bumps you as you move along. As you're walking, Esker, Lee like leans in and just says, "Y'all able to help me get that hat back?"
You say the word and I'll get it back.
I don't know. I'm having fun trying for now.
You let me know.
Ellie yells at her, "No cheating!"
No cheating. Oh god. Excellent. So you head back into the camps. Now, party, is there anyone in particular that you feel you should go investigate? Anyone in particular you would like to talk to?
Esker would love to talk to Fett.
Says Esker loudly as the party walks back to the caravans.
I will take any excuse to talk to Fett because she gives me the most adorable mushrooms. You should have tried this one I had last time. It was so good.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing. Lee just
Some of us don't spend all our time researching random people. I don't know anything.
Yep.
Yes,
Lee,
Lolly is the random person.
Yeah. Lee's like, "Y'all mean that mushroom girl? She's cool.
That's the one.
Y'all think she could be the Dreamhunter?"
I've seen her do some very weird things. I'd like
I
to.
think they're in the same place as the Dreamhunter, though.
Yeah. But we can't be sure.
As the party walks, Lee sort of drops back a little bit to talk to Requin. She gives Requin a small nod. Requin?
Just a small nod. Yeah, sure, just return it, I suppose.
What's your thoughts on all this, Requin? Who y'all got the money on?
Of course, there could be many possibilities. We need more information, but
Lee sort
I
of
have a few people in mind.
Lee scoffs a bit. She's like, yeah. That's all thinking stuff. But if y'all had to put money on it right now, what's your gut tell you? She sort of pokes you in the stomach.
Gut feeling is not something you should rely on that much.
Lee's now like leant over, sort of like listening to Requin's stomach. She's like, "What's that, stomach? Y'all got something to say?" Requin, I'm thinking your gut feeling wants to tell us something.
I can feel Requin rolling.
Really
her
hope
eyes.
they something like this. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'll be watching. I reckon you know exactly who y'all want to talk to. She turns back to Esker and Ali. Requin ain't got no idea. Where y'all want to go?
But we were talking to Fett.
Yeah. Lee, you be listening. You zoning out again.
Nah, I'm doing fine. All right, let's go talk to the mushroom gal.
Let's go.
Okay.
We're looking for Fett.
We are indeed looking for Fett.
Okay.
So,
There's 3 people I believe I have on my list.
Thanks for the follow.
Thank you so much, you absolute legend. So, it is not hard to find Fett. As the party arrives in one of the camps, Lee tries to steal the hat back from Ali.
Oh no, she doesn't.
It's not a good roll again. Oh,
Ooh.
okay. So, it's still fairly early in the morning. The sun's still rising. And you arrive in the camp that you know that Fett is likely to be in. As you walk towards this camp, a small amount of tents set off in a sheltered part of the sort of local area between a few rocky cliffs protected by the trees. You see the merchant Pat sitting in front of a tent drinking a steaming beverage of some kind. There is also the Prophet Nim sitting nearby at a tent around the fire. They aren't talking, but they are sitting there just minding their own business in peace. Off to the corner, you hear the sounds of music. Gentle strumming on their lute. It is Orthair. What would you like to do, party? Pat, the strange merchant, who has goods that aren't for sale. Nim, the prophet of doom. And Orthair, the worldwide famous and travelled bard with mysterious ways, all sit in this camp, but no sign of Fett. You're sure she travels mostly with Pat, so this is probably the right place, but you cannot find the small mushroom girl anywhere you look. What would you like to do?
Asker will grab Requin by the shoulder and say, "Shouldn't you talk to Orthair?"
Man, people are touching Requin all the time today. Requin's really going to be upset with all of us by the end of this. Just get like a little sign for Requin saying, "Personal space, please."
Oh no, there's no personal space in this caravan.
Requin, you feel a hand on your shoulder. And
One day she is going to. One
just snap.
day. We'll just slap it.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Eska, what do you say to Requin?
Is that really necessary? Talking to Orthair.
Surely, you could glean something more than we could.
Well, we assume you'll take Fett and Pat.
Yes.
Does that leave me with the creepy girl I've never spoken to?
Does enjoy that, Ali. She's wonderful.
Oh, jeez, thanks.
Lee taps Ali on the shoulder. Would you like to turn around, Ali?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lee sort of takes your hand and gives it a kiss and says, "Darling, I'm gonna be up on that ridge. I'll make sure ain't nothing gonna come close." She gives you a kiss on the hand and then tries to steal the hat back.
Oh no,
It's a 3. Oh my god. Excellent. You get a kiss on the cheek
It's
instead.
just sad.
You get a kiss on the cheek instead as Lee leaps up and jumps up on the bluff, overseeing the camp. Lee is enjoying this game. Requin, you move over towards...
We have happy accidents.
Reroll for Lee. That's another 3! How is that possible? How did I roll a 3 twice?
That's like the 4th
Ash, I've let you down. I have let you down. There's a 3 twice. I rolled a 3 twice. I don't think Lee wants to get this hat back.
That's so sad.
It looks good on Ali.
He's too in love.
My investment. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. I have absolutely failed you. Requin, you go over and talk to Orthair. Eska, who are you going to talk to? Pat?
Yeah, Eska's talking to Pat, and I'm talking to creepy girl.
Creepy girl
That
Nim.
Ali's never met.
That Ali's never met. Perfect. So, Ali goes and talks to Nim. The doggo has like lost his toy. 1 second. Just one very second. His toy's literally near the fan and he keeps knocking into the fan trying to get it. Yeah. Puppies are too cute. I should use the dog as a giant miniature. Here, fight the Doom Dog of Giantness. CR 1006. Perfect. So, you have arrived here. The first person, obviously, who speaks as you all approach is Orthair. Welcome, friends. Are you here for breakfast? And he strums his lute. I'm afraid all we have to offer you is warm apples and delicious stew that Nim here has produced. Such a cook, this one. He begins like playing a ballad to the feasts of Nim. Nim seems extremely embarrassed by this entire endeavor and sort of drops her head, blushing. Pat gives the elf bard a bit of a sort of sideways look, squinting with one eye, looking very quizzical. And sees Esker approach. Now, could you all please roll initiative? In what order will you investigate these people?
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, are we gonna fight these people?
It's a battle of wits.
I got a 7.
7. Requiem?
I got 12.
Go first.
Want to go for...
You could swap with one of us.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I got a 29, so I'm going to swap with Ali. No, Bishop.
Bishop, sit down.
We love Esker.
We can't let him die. There's no way.
Sub 10 to kill
It's like-
Esker. No, wait. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. No, the DM's not for sale.
targeting this.
The DM's not for sale.
Wow.
For
This
now.
guy.
Bishop, we'll talk later. We'll talk later. Surely Esker's got to die sometime, right? Requin, who are you swapping with?
I'm swapping with Ali.
Ali,
So-
Ali, boom. You find yourself talking to Nim, the Prophet of Doom.
Okay.
She sits there, looking and sort of shifts uncomfortably at the presence of someone. What would you like to do, Ali? She seems uncomfortable talking to anyone here.
Man, feel that. I like talking to people either sometimes. I asked if I can sit down next to her.
Excellent. She looks at you and sort of says, "Oh, yes, of course. Please." And she motions for you to sit.
I sit down to make sure there's like comfortable space between us.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I say, yeah, I'm Ali.
Oh, I'm Nim. She sort of holds out her hand for you to shake.
I take her hand.
Excellent. Her hand is tiny and she has hardly any grip at all when she shakes your hand. Lets go very quickly and sort of pulls her hand away as if she's not really comfortable with human contact.
Sorry.
As you do so, though, Nim suddenly, her eyes sort of flash and she looks at you. Please make a wisdom save.
Oh, okay. I'm not good at these. Oh, I did okay. Wait, what is this equal? 20.
20.
Oh,
Not even
Nice.
that bad.
I rolled a 17 plus 3.
Nice. Not bad at all. Perfect. Nim looks at you quizzically, strangely. She says, My dear elf, your future is so tangled. I do not know how to read it. Are you doomed, or are we all doomed?
Well, I hope
cannot
not.
see. She holds out her hand. Would you like me to read your future?
I'd be more interested in my past, but future's all you can do. Certainly wouldn't say no.
Then we shall read into your past. And she takes your hand. And in it she places a single card.
There you go.
It is a tarot card. It is the 3 of intelligence, Ali. You're not sure what to make of this. She looks at it and sort of shakes her head. Your past is so painful. I foresee you suffering great anxiety and emotional pain unless you find a way to heal and learn from it.
Ellie glances over to where she knows Lee is and says, I think I'm working on that.
Oh, that's cute. What a cute moment. What a cute moment. Lee, unfortunately, cannot hear you from the ridgeline as she is scanning around the camp and the surrounding woods. You see her, vigilant as always, inspecting tracks and looking around for any sign of danger.
I asked. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, Nim puts her hand on top of yours really delicately again. You know, it's like a sparrow has, like, you know, just barely touched your hand. And she sort of comforts you a little bit and says, I hope that you are right, for your past holds great sorrow. Your past is less clear than your future. I pray you have the strength for what's to come, for though I cannot see what it is, I know it spells doom for you, doom for us all, or both. She seems to snap back out. Hey, hello Raiders! Welcome. We are in episode 13, What Could Go Wrong? It is Love's Last... Oh wait, I forgot what the title of the episode was. Oh no!
Love's Last Goodbye.
Love's Last Goodbye. Haha.
Love last goodbye.
Love's Last Goodbye. This is episode 13. Thank you very much for your raid, you absolute legends. We are currently interrogating several of the people traveling in this caravan from the south through the mountains to the north, and they are being hunted by the Dreamhunter. They are trying to discover who that might be. What is their identity? Is it one of these people in the caravan? Currently, Ali has just been talking to Nim the Prophet, who has prophesied dark things in her past, but darker things in her future. Ali, do you believe such things? You may roll an intuition or an investigation, or anything else you can think of.
I can do an insight into.
Insight, yes.
Yeah, but my insight's better than my investigation, so I'm gonna do an insight check on Nim. It'd be 18 all up.
18. You suspect, although you're not quite sure if you believe it or not, that she believes what she's saying. She seems to have a certainty about it, so either she's correct, or she believes her own illusions and delusions. Maybe they're both. Who knows? It's a weird, weird world.
I believe what she's saying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Any other interaction?
I
you would
mean,
like
I kind of
to-
believe what she's saying.
That's true. It does seem to be true. While we're here, can somebody in chat please, if I have a Schmex or someone who is a mod, can someone please give a shout out to our amazing raider, Uranes? How was your stream, by the way, Uranes? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you very much. So, team, you find yourself here. It is now Requin's turn to investigate the bard Orthair. Orthair, of course, as you approach and your friends scatter to the other people in the camp, Requin, Orthair looks to you and begins changing his song to something that you recognize as, please roll perception or intuition or investigation, you may pick.
Yep. It's a 17 plus 9.
Nice. Which skill are you using?
26.
26. Which skill?
Perception.
Perception. As you watch his fingers on the strings and on the frets, you notice that he is making it look easy, effortless, as he sort of kicks up one of his legs onto the other and he lays back relaxed to play. But the music he is playing, insanely difficult. He's making one of the hardest songs that you have ever heard seem easy. Like he's barely even breaking a sweat. He seems to be showing off. Bard versus Bard. And he seems to...
We had a competition.
You did. And boy, did he do so good.
We got the results from
as he's playing this extremely complicated song, he lays back against the tree. Dance battle. It was not a dance battle. It was a battle between a flute. So what?
Yep.
Yeah, it was a flute, right? You didn't play with your haunted viola. You played with the flute.
No.
Yeah.
Gotta be fair.
Got to be fair. So flute versus the I've totally forgot what the instrument is that he plays. Lute. Flute versus the lute. And yeah, he lost. He got some poor rolls. That poor legendary bard was beaten by our very own Requin. Yay! Celebrate for Requin.
Doesn't that make Requin a more legendary bard?
Well, Requin was given a pin by Orthair.
Yeah.
You should flash it to him.
He also has the same pin. He has given it to you, Requin, although you have not yet researched what it means and not asked. Do you remember the pin he gave you,
doesn't
Requin?
really.
Doesn't care. That's fine.
Yeah, it's like the gold one with the notes on it.
Correct.
Yeah, no, she just put it somewhere and doesn't really care about it.
Doesn't really care about it. Oh Lord, if only Requin knew.
That's it.
In any case, what would you like to do, Requin? What would you like to do?
Okay, so she's approaching him, noticing that he's trying to show off. Trying, he is showing off. And will sit down on the knee rock.
Yes.
Simply look at him, look at the flute, and then say, "You trying to make up for your misgivings?"
Ooh, he makes a concentration check. That is legitimately the third 3 I've rolled on that dice in a row. On the 13th episode, listen, I'm not saying that this is cursed. I'm just saying that dice is rolling to some 3s. He breaks his concentration, and his fingers slip on the frets. And he sort of, after a second, regains his composure and stops playing that song. And he says, "Ah, yes, you've caught me. But I would never dream We are, of course, marked as equals now, aren't we? And he gives you a sort of a wink and a nod, and begins playing a much easier tune. Just something he could literally play in his sleep. He opens his eyes back up and looks over at Requin. Oh, sorry, go.
She's banking on him being egotistical and talking about himself. Which seems to be what he does quite a lot. So I am going to... Man, social game. It's so fun. After a moment, she'll to the others before looking back at him and say, I'm quite curious. What made you join this journey?
He sort of tilts his head at Requin. Ah, but my dear, I was wondering the very same thing of you. With the talents you have, I, for one, would love to know your heritage. Where did you train? Which master did you learn from? He has stopped playing. It seems, for some reason, he's more interested in you than himself for a change. He's unsure. It's unclear why.
Wow. Sorry.
Oh my god. So that same dice, I mean, you can make your roll if you want.
Okay.
That's a 1.
That's a 1, yeah. So it's 3 3s and a 1 on this dice. It may need to go into dice jail.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
It might need to go in
rolling?
dice jail.
I mean,
Perception, intuition, your choice.
yeah, no, insight, I guess.
Yep.
That would be a 19.
Yeah, that dice did kill it. Yeah, that dice did steal your points. That's it. It's going in the dice jail. I need to find a good dice jail. For now, it's going in this plastic bag. Let's just pick it up carefully, shall we? We'll just pick it up. Nobody touch it. Nobody touch the dice. We'll just carefully. Just careful, everyone. Careful. Careful. Okay. Whew. Quick, seal it. Seal it. Okay. Dice jail. Whew. Whew. Okay. The dice is in jail. We'll use Nim's dice. There's Nim's dice. They're brand new, and they did roll a 20 right off the bat, so... Requin, what was your roll? In total, what amount did you get?
Yeah.
How much?
19.
19? 19. Excellent. Requin, with a 19 and him rolling a 1, he seems to see you as an equal now, something that he does not with anyone else. It appears that he only respects bards of a caliber equal to or greater than himself, which you now appear to be. His intentions are laid bare with that one. He tells you this with his body language, with his actual words, that he respects you. You are now a bard of legendary caliber. He sort of leans over to you and says, of course, it points to the rest of the people in the camp. They do not understand our art, the difficulties, the soul we pour into our music. They could never understand. Thus, the two of us must journey into that world of music together, across the world. What brought you here? What winds blew this direction to bring such talent as you and I together in one place at one time? Surely we will celebrate together as we arrive in the Northlands.
Well, as far as being here, you could say I was curious. As far as celebrating, I would have to decline.
Ah, keeping your secrets to yourself, of course, of course. The Bard's Code. We cannot give away all of your talent straight away, but you must share it with the world, surely.
Those who deserve it can hear my music. Or maybe those who don't deserve it.
Ah, cryptic as always. Do not worry about me, young bard, for one day I foresee your music will be played across all the lands. With a talent like that, who knows? Excellent. With that, he stands up and he begins strumming his lute as he moves out of the camp. Taking a warm apple from the fire as he goes, he trudges through the snow. Like this. Whee! It seems that he sees you, Requin, as a bard of quite renown. It is an excellent, a big compliment coming from someone as famous as Orthair.
Wow.
He also
I guess we did get some information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he also laid himself out bare. You know what his whole desire is. He's here to play music, to become famous, and he does not respect anyone whose talent is less than his own. Basically, the only one that he actually talks to, frankly, is yourself now, Requin.
Oh, I've got myself a celebrity friend. How fun.
Get me out of here, I'm a celebrity.
The worst part is you're just sure he's going to tell people about you. He's just going to. Yeah. That makes Requin sad. Eska, the final confrontation. While all this has been going on, Ali is being dealt cards, and Requin is talking earnestly with Orthair the Bard. You approach Pat the Merchant. What would you like to do?
I will. I'll ask her if she's seen Fett this morning.
Pat, the ASMR, turns around and says, "Ah, Eska, lovely to see you. Fett, yeah, she's around here somewhere." Pat begins looking underneath her stool and things. Where is that little gnome?
You've lost her again, have you?
She sort of looks at you a little bit shocked. I'm not her keeper. I mean, I try to keep her from dying, I suppose, but she's a fully grown gnome. She can look after herself, theoretically.
We've found her in some pretty, sketchy situations. I wouldn't say she could look after herself.
Alright. Pat then begins to look on the ground. Oh, look over there. As she points, there's tiny little tracks leading off to the cliff face right underneath where Lee is standing.
I see. One thing before I follow those tracks.
Yes?
What are you transporting?
She looks taken aback.
He will use the heartfelt.
Excellent.
As well.
Eska, the world becomes grey, and you can sense the heartbeats of all those around you. You can see that there is the heartbeat from Nim is just all over the place. She seems to be nervous and worried about basically everything. Orthair, as he walks off, you see him leaving after his conversation with Requin. He seems to be completely calm. as though not a care in the world could bother them. Their heart seems to be uplifted. Pat seems to be calm, but seems a little bit nervous. Would you like to roll a perception and see if you can figure out what's going on?
I rolled a 21.
Excellent. An 8. Excellent. So Pat seems nervous. Not overly so, but a little bit unsure as to what to do as you ask that question. She immediately answers, "Oh, please, I merely track things from here to there. People pay me and I move them. Of course, I'm sure that's true of half the people here." Sort of does a bit of a hand wave.
Eska will, like, dagger stare at her and be like, "We've saved your life on more than one occasion. The least you could do."
Pat rolled quite high. Pat sees your intentions are pure, and she says, "All right, listen. You can't tell anyone, all right? You must promise me," she says, as she holds her hand out. "Promise me, Eska."
Eska will reach his hand out, like, confusedly, not knowing what's going on.
Yep. She grasps your hand and sort of locks you into a surprisingly firm handshake. She says, "Eska, what I'm about to tell you," she sort of looks around, "you cannot reveal to anyone. Please, it's urgently important. You must give me your word."
I give you my word.
She drags you around to behind her tent, calling out to Nim and Ali and Requin, "We're just going looking for Fett. We'll be back in a minute." As she moves behind the tent with you, Eska, she says, "Eska, I'm transporting some private goods for a rather dire situation. There are some... I don't know how much you know about..." She sort of looks you up and down. The world of us mere flesh beings, being a rock man yourself.
God damn it, Lee.
Does Lee hear this from... Lee does not hear this from the cliffside. Even still, you hear her chuckling in your head, Eska.
Yeah.
Eska, some lands in the south, young women are arranged into marriages. They heartless men. I don't know how many you've met in your time here, but they're terrible. I help them, Eska. We go through on the caravan, some disguised as simple folk, and I, disguised as a merchant, I transport as much of their goods and wealth as I can escape with. If anyone found out, that they would surely hunt them down. You must keep this a secret, Eska, please. I know you have a good heart in there."
Eska will look shocked. He will reiterate the promise, but let her know that he will tell his companions.
She literally grabs you by the shoulder when you say this. She's like, "Eska, are you sure you can trust them? They're agents of these men anyway. The wealth they have, you do not understand."
You do not understand. They cannot touch what I say they cannot touch.
"Eska, I want to believe you," she says, "but I've seen these women. I've seen them hunted down. I've seen them killed or worse, dragged back to these men. You cannot take a risk with it. You cannot identify. She sort of stops as though she was about to say a name and then holds her tongue.
Esker will cast Shatter on one of the nearby trees, and it will just disintegrate.
Nice.
I'll do it 3rd level. And reiterate that he will protect those who cannot protect themselves, as that's sort of his whole shtick.
Perfect. Can you make a performance check or a persuasion?
Yeah. I'm really good at charisma, especially that I'm
Oh, you've
rolling
just-
a nat 1.
Esker, Pat backs away from you. Where's Pat? Pat backs away from you a little way. She seems completely fearful. I'm sorry, Esker. I shouldn't have said anything. Forget what I said. I'm just a simple merchant. It's just home goods and some things. I'm just delivering it to a house in the north. Just a simple family move. You understand? I was just joking. I wanted to make myself seem more important, of course. I'll see you around. Bye. She sort of says nervously and turns. And moves and begins packing up her tent. It does not take her long. And she moves back towards her wagon, sort of giving you a sideways glance as she does.
Oh, that was...
What a time for a nat 1,
That's
man.
unfortunate.
What a time for a nat 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Esker is going to be true to his word. Like, he will defend those people, but potentially he will have to get somebody that has a better charisma score than he.
If only Esker knew some sort of spell that could, like, deplete his charisma and make him more intelligent.
Yep.
And then use that spell. And then try to charisma people.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, great job.
Requin just slow claps from the other side of the camp.
Yeah. No, actually, she will, and walk up to him and say, "You seem to be scaring most people."
The intention wasn't to scare.
Lee calls out from the ridgeline. Y'all got away with the ladies, Esker.
I have no care for that, Lee, and you know this.
Oh, whatever you say, Rockman.
But I did find Fett's footprints, so I guess we can follow them.
Sweet.
Excellent.
How interesting. Ooh, I feel
Fett's
so bad for Pat now.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, holy biscuit, we've been, like, on Pat, and then, yeah, she just needs a hug.
Welcome to my web.
It's a hug.
Oh, no. So, meanwhile, Nim has politely finished her breakfast and has gone back into her tent to finish packing things up for the day. Ali, is there anything you would like to talk to Nim about before she vacates?
While she was eating, I would have asked, has she always been able to see the future?
Ooh. Nim seems hesitant to talk about it. It does not go well whenever I reveal my abilities. Are you sure you want to know?
Nothing phases me. I can take it.
Nim sighs. I've always been able to see the dark things in the past, the present, the future. Since I was a little girl, I could see danger, but nobody believed me. And then she stops for a minute. When I foresaw the death of my own father in that storm, people began to whisper. Did I foresee his doom, or did I bring it down upon him? This is why I move. I travel. People can only handle so much doom, and that is all I can see. I'm sorry to have told you these things about your past, dear elf, and your future.
Allie brushes her hand across one of her really big scars on her arm and goes, I already knew my past was painful. You really told me what I already knew.
Nim looks at the scars and sort of shudders a little bit, as though imagining the pain. Yes, you have seen more doom than most. But my prophecies cannot help. They only force people away from me. They only force darkness upon this world. I wish I could see the light, but I cannot. She picks up the card that she had, shuffles the deck with the card in it, and then draws. But before looking at the card, she throws it into the fire.
What? Oh, can I try and catch it before she throws it into the fire?
You can.
What do I draw?
Really good.
But am I rolling dex or sleight of hand?
Either.
Dex. Well, my sleight of hand's a lot higher.
Yeah, correct.
23.
23. Ali, you do not manage to grab the card. Unfortunately, you were caught by surprise. Why would she do this? And the card just burns in the fire. She throws the rest of the deck on the ground. I am done being a prophet of doom. I do not know what I can do with my life apart from this, but surely if I hide my ability, I don't tell people, I can live a normal life.
Ellie is gonna grab her hand, but in a way that will let them escape, so it's more like, stay with me, but I'll let you go if you want to.
Yep.
And she says, don't hide who you are. So what if people didn't like you in the past and they weren't worth spending your time with? If you need a friend, I'll be your friend. You don't scare me.
Ooh, persuasion.
Oh, okay. Oh no! That one.
No way! Come on, team! What is it with you, like... Nim only rolled like a 7 as well. She's pretty intuitive though. But Nim, like, leaps back. She says, no, I'll not be made into some kind of freak show. I will not doom more people's lives. The future should be hidden, not told. Those people living in such fear until the inevitable comes. I can't do it. When we arrive, I'm going to change. I'm going to become normal. She seems certain of her words. And she ducks in to the tent, grabs a few things, and then just adamantly walks out her face not exactly happy, but certain, as she walks out towards the caravans.
Ali is heartbroken, but she's gonna pick
That
up
went
all the remaining cards.
Yep. Excellent. You have an entire tarot deck, bar one card.
Minus one, yeah. She's gonna keep them somewhere safe, and she feels like she has failed at the moment. She is so disappointed in herself.
Yep.
Oh,
Eska's
The only
feeling about
one.
the same.
Yup.
I'm like, I wanted to help her. I liked her. Ali was like, oh my god, I like this person.
All is not lost, Ali. Now, the party having failed to succeed or succeeded at failing with several of the campers, the only thing left is tracking those footprints that Fett made as they moved over to this rock wall somewhere.
Hey Lee, you check those footprints at the bottom there?
Lee sort of walks up to the edge of the cliff and looks down. Yeah, they seem to go into some kind of little crack in the rocks or a cave or something down there. What made them?
I think it was Fett.
Lee the ranger. Lee sort of gets down on her hands and knees and looks and says, yeah, that's about right. Them look like Fett traps.
Eska will... I'm assuming Eska's too massive to fit through the crack.
Yeah, it's big, but it's nowhere near big enough for any of you to fit in. It's like a small burrow or something.
Except for an Earth Ganassi who can walk through rock.
Correct, yes.
He'll do just that.
Excellent.
Yep.
Where would Ali and Requin like to be as Eska goes down into the earth?
I'm just picking up all the cards and pushing off the snow.
Perfect. Requin?
And is there a card in the fire, like the remains of it, or is it completely burned up?
Ooh, have a look. Roll a perception. Meanwhile, Requin is...
She'll just go sit on the rock nearest Eska and like cross her legs and wait, scanning the surrounding environment.
Lee goes to give you the sort of like, my lady, hat tip. Has no hat. Looks, shifts her gaze over at Ali suspiciously, as though she's planning something.
I rolled a 28.
28, excellent.
Fire.
You do get out part of a card from the fire, although it is severely singed and burnt.
So I can't see what card it was.
You can.
Oh,
The card appears to have been... We'll just shuffle the deck here. It appears to have been the Fool.
lovely omen.
A lovely omen.
Yeah. So I now have the full card that's badly burnt. Okay.
Yay!
So, Ali, how much do you know about fortune telling as an elf?
I don't know. How much do I know? Probably not a lot.
Probably not a lot. Although you're sure Nim could tell you what the Fool card means should you track her down.
Yeah. That's on Ali's list. But she's gonna give the girl some space.
Yeah. Okay, so Requin sits on a rock. Lee is looking over the edge inquisitively. Ali is just finishing picking up cards from fire and ice, and Eska disappears down into the earth. Eska, as you sort of scoot down into the small hollow, you are immediately bonked in the head by a rock, sort of flying up. Just underneath here there is a small hollow. And Fet... Where's Fet? Fet, the little gnome, the mushroom enthusiast, is down there, in the hollow. And they are making another one of their strange eldritch sculptures. Sticks that have been lashed together in strange, unusual patterns. Dark mosses packed around the bottom. It smells foul. And Fed is sort of moving around, her red eyes glowing in the dark, as she packs the earth and straps the sticks together in this unusual monument. What would you like to do?
Is there enough room for me to sit in this space?
Yes, if you crouch down, you can now sit in this space.
All right. Yeah, he'll sit in the space and just say, "Hello, Fet."
Fet does not seem to have already noticed you, but as you call out, the small gnome turns around and she says, "Oh, hi. Hey, did you bring mushrooms?"
I did not, but we could find some.
Yeah. Her big red eyes sort of glowing ominously in the darkness. She says, Where's the mushrooms? She just scuttles over to you.
We'll after we're done here, I'll take you and we'll find some mushrooms. All right?
Fet's nice, and she's like, this is like a little like, fist pump, and then she turns back around and begins like, again doing her strange motions, like packing the earth and rocks all around the base of this strange sculpture she's made from broken wood.
What are you doing?
Huh? Says Fet.
What is this? It's interesting.
I'm making a house.
A house for who?
For the mushrooms, silly.
For the mushrooms.
How does it work? She nods as though that made perfect sense. She reaches out to like grab your hand like a small child would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sort of
like Caspian will just like follow.
Yeah. She just like drags you across to the sculpture she has made. She says, "See?" And she like points down to the sort of mud at the bottom. She like looks over at you, her red eyes glowing in the dark. That's the good stuff. It smells and looks really disgusting and sticky. Would you like to roll an intuition or an investigation or a perception?
We do love investigating. 18.
Excellent. You sort of with your finger, you probe into it a little bit, sort of sniff it a little bit as well. You're pretty sure this is animal dung. Not quite sure which animal, but it appears to be dung of some kind. Fet sort of holds onto your finger and says, "Shh, don't poke it. That's where the babies sleep."
The babies? Which babies?
She like bends down and like crouches and holds her knees and looks really intently at the base. She's, "See there." Perception.
Will get in as close as he can.
Yep.
13.
13. Excellent. So with a 13, you see some tiny sort of cut up pieces of mushroom planted all around on the dirt. Some of it already covered by small stones as though to protect them. Fet like rummages around and pulls more stones from the wall. It's like, starts singing a little song. Night, night, tuck them in, mushrooms growing in their bed. As she dances around, she begins putting more rocks over the top of the mushrooms. She says, "Esky, you gotta tuck them in." She hands you a rock.
She's man, kid. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Where would you like the rock?
She thinks for a moment. You pick.
I reckon that's a great spot, and you put it right there.
Yeah. Perfect. She like pats the rock like it's a pet. And then she sort of points to the sticks. And she says, "That's their home." And you can see that the sticks have been lashed together. And in between them, there is more of that dung and mud and mushroom pieces. It seems that this is some sort of structure for mushrooms to grow more easily on. Fett definitely is a mushroom enthusiast. One might even say a mushroom expert.
Yeah. Would Eska have an idea of what kinds of mushrooms these are?
Sure, roll an investigation.
18.
18. Excellent. You have a general idea. There seems to be multiple sorts. Most of them edible, some of them not. They are all sorts of strange mushrooms. Some of them you do not recognize, but most of them seem perfectly normal. One of them seems magical. It seems like it has some sort of enchantment on it, but it's not very strong. The rest of them just appear to be generic, albeit strange mushrooms.
Not very good at stealth, so like trying to pick that one, I don't think I'll do a very good job. But I think Eska will grab a rock and try and put it over the top of the magical mushroom, and then with the other hand try and take it out as he's putting it down.
Okay. Sleight of hand.
Yeah. Oh, that's not too bad. 17.
Unfortunately, you do not beat Fett. Fett grabs your hand at the last minute. Surprisingly strong grip for a tiny gnome. Just, Eski, don't be naughty. That's a baby.
That one, it's very interesting.
She rummages around in her backpack. This is the mama. She hands you like a full enchanted mushroom. You have to wait for them to grow up, Eski.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
She pats you on the head. That's okay. You're only a rock, man.
God damn it, Lee! He's gonna say it every time.
Yep.
So why do you do this in secret?
Secret? No, mushrooms just like in the dark.
But you don't tell anyone.
People don't ask. People don't ask Fett. Only Fett asks the mushrooms. She says adamant, standing proudly. Fett likes mushrooms and mushrooms like Fett.
Yes, they do. Wonderful.
She goes over to take some more rocks from the wall. What would you like to do, Eska?
Eska will grab rocks and then focus on Heartfelt.
Perfect.
Uh, 18.
Excellent.
I'm rolling a lot of heads.
As Fett moves over to the wall and grabs some more rocks out of it, you can feel her heart. It beats very slowly. She is a deep gnome. Very slow metabolism. So her heart is beating very slowly. Although, seconds later, her heart rate spikes really fast, as though her body is in fight or flight. Fett falls onto her backside, throwing rocks left and right, and screams, arms waving, running out of the cave. Roll perception, Eska.
Ooh, 21.
21, excellent. In the dark, it is easy to see. Unfortunately, Fett has uncovered a nest of giant ants. They appear to have been wintering in the cave, and she has just busted open the silken net on their nest. And they've swarmed out, snapping at the small gnome, stinging, spraying acid. Now they're coming for you.
I still have Pass Without Trace going,
Yes.
so I will just fade into the floor and just leg it.
Perfect. Meanwhile, outside, the rest of you see the small gnome run She
Ali, catch her!
pops her right,
Where are you going?
bolts. Would you like to try to stop her, Ali?
Yeah.
Please make
My
an opposed strength check.
Oh, okay. Allie is not strong. Oh.
That's right. Fet is tiny.
I rolled a 12.
Perfect. Fet rolled 11, which means she gets 8. So, you pick the small gnome up. The small gnome is now in Ali's clutches. It looks like
I just
this.
asked her if she's okay. You okay? What's going on?
That's what it looks like in real life. She looks back at the cave, her eyes really wide, and then she like looks up at you. They're big and like full of tears. She's just like, they tried to eat me.
To eat you.
It's at this point that multiple ants come busting out. They appear to be the soldiers of the colony. 3 big ones. They bust out and begin snapping their mandibles. One of them begins tearing a tent apart, shaking it from side to side. These things are big as dogs. One of them is snapping towards Ali, and another one rips a branch off a tree and snaps it in half. They hiss, they spit. There are other ants in the cave entrance blocking it up. Esker is nowhere to be seen currently. Lee, up on the hill, says, "God dang varmints," and loads her rifle. I believe, Ali, you had the first initiative order. Would you like to take it?
I put Fed down.
Excellent. Fet immediately begins running.
And I get Woolen Lilies out
Just-
to shoot one of these things.
I'm just literally imagining Fet like spaghetti arms like Kermit. Just like, whoa!
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the one closest to me. Well, the one's to attack me.
Excellent.
I don't know which dice I trust at the moment. Okay.
The one that is snapping at you. Requin, where is your viola in all this?
Where is my viola in all of this? I assume just hovering near me, playing some music.
Perfect. It starts playing like the Final Fantasy battle music.
Some nice waltz, maybe. Yes.
Ali, you load your Fallen Lily's bow.
You'll let it is when it's time to jam.
Nice. Fallen Lily's bow. Petals begin to fall around the elf as
21 to hit.
the arrow pierces in between some of the hard carapace shells into the ant. It screeches in some sort of high-pitched hiss as the arrow penetrates. Do your damage.
She's gonna be low because no one's standing next to it. God, a 1 on the dice, so that's 8.
8.
8. Yeah.
Not much damage. These things are tough. It pulls the arrow out with its mandibles and snaps it in half. Lee is not going to load a spell into her rifle. She's just going to fire. Where's Lee? Oh, I put Lee's dice in the naughty corner. Okay, we're rolling Nim's dice. Damn it! Boom! The rifle fires, but it hits the tree instead of the ant. The ant hisses up towards Lee. Lee goes to pull the hat off her head to throw it on the ground and stomp on it and realizes there's no hat. Excellent. So, one of the ants completely demolishes that tent, and then it looks towards Ali and arches its gaster, firing formic acid spray towards you, Ali. The second one as well seems to see you as a threat and sprays it towards you. And the third one climbs up the cliff here and snaps at Lee. Ali, please make a pair of dex saves as you dive out of the way of the acid.
Okay, that's okay. One is a 23 and the other's a 28.
Both will save. You will take half damage assuming you do not evade.
I will say, I just get a mage on, so
You sure do.
I'll take no damage.
Ali leaps behind one of the tents and avoids all the damage from the acid as it melts into the leather and canvas, searing holes in the top. Meanwhile, Lee now has one of the ants snapped around her leg. It has drawn blood. And Lee is banging it on the head with her rifle, trying to get it off. Gosh, dang it! Someone help me with this thing, she says. Requin, seeing all this happen in a matter of seconds, what would you like to do?
Yes. I've been, I suppose, interrupted by these weird ants. She will. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Go and. Oh, I should save that. No, it's so hard to decide. We'll just let her viola play a discordant melody and sort of angle the sound waves towards the ant closest to Lee.
Nice.
And we'll cast Dissonant Whispers on it.
Nice.
Please make a whiz save of 16.
The ant makes a whiz save of 12. What happens to said ant?
Succeed.
Excellent.
It will take... Man. Yep. Definitely. Okay. What will I get? Oh my! I rolled 3d6 and all of them rolled a 6.
Ah, yes.
What? Man.
Hey.
Go, Requin.
My goodness.
Apparently these ants are really susceptible to sound waves. The ant literally... Which one is it? The one attacking Lee? Or one of the other two?
Yep. One attacking Lee, it takes 18 psychic damage, and it must use its reaction to move as far away from me as possible, using the safest route.
The ant scuttles away quickly. It literally is like crunching up and flinching as the dissonant whispers play across it. It seems it is very susceptible to this. The other two ants nearby also seem to cringe at the sound. They also take some damage. It seems they are some sort of hive mind. Any other action from Requin?
Fun. Not really. She will continue sitting, like, very much not that engaged, not seeing this as a threat at all, and is sort of still in her little world. Yeah.
Requin's so cool. Oh no. Eska, you being the next in line, you are in the earth currently. Where do you pop out, my good Ganassi?
I will pop out next to Lee.
You have popped out, maybe this side. You popped out next to Lee. Pop on the cliffside. You see the tent being seared with formic acid and Ali leaping away as one of the other ants scuttles as fast as it can away from Requin. You think, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, this is exactly what I envisioned happened.
I'm scared of it. I'm scared of Requin too, thinks Eska.
Eska's hands will spark, and he will cast Shatter center point between the two ants there.
Yep.
Close, yeah.
Boom.
Can they both make a Con 18 save?
No.
Damn, 18!
They both get...
Oh yeah, no, Eska's a monster now. 8.
That's so good.
Plus 6 is 14. Plus 5 is 19. Plus 8 is 27. What is it? thunder damage? Yeah, thunder damage.
Boom! 2 of the ants just splatter. Carapace pieces just scattering across the campsite. Ali and Requin, please make a dexterity save.
Great.
21.
And Requin?
I suppose sitting down, she doesn't have that much time to get up, so that's a 12.
Ali, you quickly duck back behind the
Thank
tent
you,
again.
Chris.
Requin does not, having sitting down. Requin, you are now covered in viscera from the ants. Just goopy stuff that used to be on the inside of the now outside ants.
Yeah. Let's get turn them inside out.
Ali pops up from behind the tent, completely clean.
Plus,
Not fun.
the only thing Ali's good at.
I rolled like almost max damage on that shadow too.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah. Sweet.
Esker, any other action from you?
Can I see that other one?
Yes.
I can. Cool. He will then gesture to the lantern to exercise the last ant.
Excellent.
Does a 22 hit?
22 does. Which spirit are you using?
You know which spirit I'm using.
Boom. The spirit.
It's
of-
always gonna be.
It's always gonna be
hey.
the most spell.
It could have been Croc. Could have been Flamin' Croc. But meanwhile, you've got your sidekick, Ghost Man.
17 radiant.
Man
Bang.
and Rock Man.
Brother Ostar's spirit just boom, in front of the creature and blasts it with radiant energy. It just splatters against the side. The other ants seem to have sealed up the hole now in the side with rocks and bits and pieces, leaving their fallen sisters out here in the cold to defend them. As you scan around the battlefield, what would you like to do?
Esker wants to see if there's any large pieces of chitin.
Excellent. Please roll a nature check or survival.
Nature for 21.
Excellent. There are several quite large pieces. It's good quality chitin.
Yeah, he'll pick them up.
Excellent. Anyone else would like to join Esker as he digs inside the insides of ants for outside bits of them? Lee's like down here looking, and she's just like, Esker, my man, I ain't touching none of that.
You don't have to worry.
She kicks one piece of it with her boot. So sniffs. Oh, ain't no way. Requin? Ali? Oh, so Requin, what would you like to do?
Ali's gotta stop fighting.
Ali's not hiding
I
any
don't
longer.
feel like we learned nothing. Like, I don't feel any closer to figuring out this Dreamhunter than I did this morning.
I suspect a few people, but I also suspect less people than I did.
Lee walks around to put an arm around Ali to comfort her and tries to steal the hat.
No.
That's better.
No, do a read roll sleight of hand.
Sure.
Because Ali would have seen it coming with a really high passive perception.
Yep.
I got 26.
Yeah. Lee got closer this time with a 19, but still no dice. She is having fun, like just grappling Ali, trying to do it though. So Requin, as Lee and Ali still play the hat game, and Esker is digging around in bug insides, you are covered in bug insides. What would you like to do?
Yeah, gonna stand up and try and make herself look as presentable as possible.
Nice.
Trying to flick goo off her hands and outfit. Unlike Esker, she does not have prestidigitation.
I was gonna say Lee might
And
notice this.
And we'll sort of look around, seeing no one's there, and get ready to leave.
Excellent.
I feel like I ruined someone's life today, and it just
Yeah.
Y'all
Grabbing.
Yeah, y'all just did the best you could, says Lee to Ali. I'm sure y'all did a great job. So who are we suspecting? She says.
I don't think it's them at all.
Esker very thinks it's Nim.
Dang, we got some
I was
disagreement.
just gonna say that. I don't think it's them. She has too much heart. She got so much conflict in her. I don't think it's that.
Nice.
She might.
And I ruined her life, so I need to go fix that. And if she's Dreamhunter, I wouldn't feel as bad as I do right now.
I still don't understand what Fet's doing hiding up in caves and bushes. It could be good, but I didn't really glean a whole lot from my interaction with her. And then the ants.
Right.
Lee sort of shudders. She's like, "Don't talk about them ants. Bugs freak me out." Sort of involuntarily shivers at the thought of giant ants again.
Seems. Giant ants will haunt her nightmares.
Oh no. The Dreamhunter's like in the bushes nearby. Wow,
Next
this is
time.
good. This is
Yeah.
good stuff. This is really good stuff. Quick, write that down. pulls out its little book. Dear diary, today I found out that Lee is afraid of bugs. I can't wait to try that out. Damn that Dreamhunter.
Oh my goodness.
It's always just hanging around. Who else do we know that likes to hang around and glean information and write it in books, Requin?
Oh, sorry. Something in my throat. Sorry.
I feel like it's gonna take us forever to interview everybody. So, every single person we've met who's still alive, we trust the least.
I'd like to pay a visit to. Oh my god, why is his name not in my head right now? Oh, the dwarf.
Ali doesn't trust.
What's his name?
Mino.
Mino, yeah.
Really?
Did you forget his name?
Mino's the
I-
top of your list.
He's not on the top of my list, but I have some unfinished business with him, and
Esker just doing busy work while we're trying to solve this mystery.
actually no, he has a legitimate option. Esker will turn to Ali, and give her the description of the book Mino had at the party.
Oh.
I need you to steal this.
You want me to steal the book?
Yes.
And this will help us out.
I hope so. I'm not entirely sure what was in it, but the moment of glance that I got, it made me uneasy.
Lee puts their arm around Esker and is just like, "Y'all, if Rockman says it's uneasy, then it's uneasy. I'm sold. Let's go pay that dwarf a visit." She begins loading bullets in her rifle.
Basically, Esker's going to be playing defense while Ali steals the book.
Yeah, you guys cause a distraction.
Yeah.
I was never there.
Right.
Excellent.
best you stay out of sight when we walk into camp.
Okay, Ali will go into stealth mode.
Oh yeah. That's
Excellent. It takes you twice as long to get
yes,
there.
stealth mode.
They'll walk slower. But that means that they can start their distraction while Ali's catching up.
Correct. It takes you twice as long to get to where you're going. So you arrive at the campsite where Mino is set up.
It's a 31 for stealth, by the way.
Of course it is.
That's a rogue.
Requin's
Yeah.
viola is over there with Requin. So, Ali, while the rest of them walk in just normally, where would you like to walk in from?
Stay in the shadows and try and get close to Mino's tent, caravan, wherever
yep, so
his stuff is.
This is
Yeah.
Mino's wagon right here.
Yeah, so she's gonna come from the side, be stealthy, be unseen, and nowhere near her companions, so that she
Perfect.
can be outside.
Ali is completely disappeared. Lee tried to steal the hat before she went and failed. Lee, as you're walking through the snow, as a snowstorm is kicked up in the mountains here, Lee rubs her head wistfully as though wishing she had a hat, but then smiles, remembering that now Ali's head will be warm. Oh, it's so cute. Meanwhile, you do see the dwarf Mino, the artificer, here, fiddling with some stuff just outside of his wagon. There's the dwarf Mino for those at home. Here he is without a head. There he is normally. The dwarf Mino. He is an artificer, a tinker, and he seems to be tinkering with something right now. Meanwhile, over on the far side, around the campfire, as you approach, you hear a strong, gruff voice. How many times have I told you? You gotta skin it right, he yells. It is Grolp the chef. Several little goblins run in fear as he yells. He seems extremely upset about something. Nearby, you hear the bleating of some animals. They seem to be scared by Grolp's yelling, and soothing them over in the corner as the flock grazes and nestles in and amongst the trees in the snow. You see Hala and Holas. The shield maiden appears to be talking to the centaur shepherd off in the corner. How would you like to approach this party? The big chef stands around the campfire. The tinkerer is packing stuff in their wagon. And the centaur shepherd and the maiden of the spear are talking quietly off to the side of camp.
Should we split up again, or do you want to take this as a group?
Lee looks at Esker and says, "This one was your idea. Y'all tell me what you need."
I need that book. Let's talk to Mino first.
Alright. Talk, says Lee, holding her rifle menacingly. She steps up towards the dwarf and sort of perches herself on the far end of the wagon, leaning against it, rifle slung over her shoulder, and says, "Evening, Minnow. How's tonight treating y'all?" She's trying a bit of a low-key intimidation here. That is a nat 20. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Mino turns around, sees Lee,
Oh.
and is just like, "Oh, don't shoot me, please." He like drops to his knees, begging in the snow. Lee's like, "Yo!" Lee is literally just like, y'all the gun pointing the other way, she says. Just look,
Yeah, the scared
absolute
sort.
disdain for him. Eska, seeing this interaction, Mino is like begging for his life while Lee is like literally just leaning against the wagon, looking intimidating.
I
Let
will
me-
stand between
Wait.
Lee and Mino
Listen,
and be like,
we all know how Mino is with the ladies, and also Lee's intimidating. So
yes. I'll stand between them and be like, now, Mino, she ain't gonna hurt you. Right now.
yeah, right now. He yeah. Mino rolls not real high on his intuition there. Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, we just came to chat. How you coming along with those things I asked for?
Oh, I think we can definitely make it happen. Although I'll need some supplies. We'll need to get to the Northlands before I can make it, but I think we can make it work. He says, standing up. At this point, he notices Requin and goes red as a beetroot.
Well, now's a good time as any. She'll walk up to him and slide a few gold pieces to him and say, I need new armor.
He looks at the gold pieces in his hand and seems like he's never going to wash that hand again. Is it? I can whatever you need. My services are yours, lady. And he makes a really professional but kind of awkward bow. As it looks good, you imagine, if he wasn't wearing an apron full of tools, but all it really accentuates is just the tools banging together in the apron, flapping around as he bows. He goes back to his workshop and he opens up a drawer, and it is full of different armors. What sort of armor are you looking for, Requin?
Well, while Eska fully knows he can make
Oh, no, it's fine.
cool armor, Requin isn't gonna ask him for it,
Mhm.
obviously. I would quite like some studded leather, if you happen to have. Yeah.
Yes, of course. He pulls out a lovely piece of studded leather, and he says, yes, it's probably a little bit large for you. We'll have to fit it. And he sort of pulls out a measuring tape and sort of holds the armor up, and then realizes he's talking about measuring Requin's body, and immediately just goes completely beetroot red and starts stammering. Of course we could Ali, while all this has been going on, from the shadows, you see Lee apparently threaten to kill the man. Eska jump in and defend him, and then Requin has him completely focused on her right now. What would you like to do?
Okay. Can I see a way to get into the caravan that's not the main door?
Yeah, there is a door at the front here. There is the main door in the side. So there's like a small one behind the seat on the wagon, and there's one here. There's also appears to be a way to get in up the top. There's a small window.
I feel like a window would make less noise. So if Ali can get through the window, she's gonna try and get through the window.
Excellent. Please make a stealth check as you quickly, sneakily run like a shadow across the snow.
What do I move half my speed?
Yep.
Yeah, do it. You gotta.
Yeah.
We gotta do this.
Okay. It's a 20 all up.
Excellent. You are quiet. The only person around who seems to be focused enough to hear you is Grolp the chef, and he seems to be grumbling over something in the fire. Please make an athletics check or acrobatics check to leap up onto the caravan.
Okay. Let me get my stats. It's 18.
18? Excellent. That is quite enough. It is easy to climb up here. There are ladders and handholds designed for getting up on top of. And you leap up on top of the wagon. Please make a sleight of hand check to jimmy the window open.
24.
24, easily. You slide your dagger in between the latch and undo it. It does not appear to be really heavily secured, this window anyway. And you slide inside the caravan. It is full of many, many things. You will need to look around for the book that Eska described. There are several books in here and lots of gadgets and things. You'll need to be careful.
I will start looking.
Perfect. Please roll a perception or investigation to look for the book. Meanwhile, the DC that you will need to use on your stealth check you'll have to make, Ali, as well, please, will determine on what Eska and Requin are doing out the front. Requin, we will start with you. Mino is holding leather armor, holding a tape measure, and looking at you up and down as though imagining how close he will have to get to measure you for this armor, and seems to be having trouble computing those two things into reality.
Right. She will say, I'm no stranger to making adjustments to my own clothing. I am sure I paid enough. Surely you would be willing.
Oh, of course. Silly me. I've of course, I would never doubt your skills. I've seen you. You're amazing. He's just staring at you. Please make a... Ooh, what sort of check should you make? What check would you like to make to try to get through to Mino? Are you trying to intimidate him? Are you trying to persuade him?
Not really.
Lee leans over and whispers,
I feel as though...
Intimidate him. He's a scaredy cat.
Yeah, I suppose so. I could do that. I could also perform, you know? Like,
You could.
She doesn't really
Lee-
act very kindly. Wow,
Yeah.
really? Who guessed? And she's kind of being a bit dimmer for Mino in this situation, but
Lee like looks at her and says, "Oh yeah, performance. Give him one of these." And she does the real like
making him scared would
suggestive
probably just...
like hip movement. Some sort of sensual wiggly dance that Lee does, and she's just like winking at Requin.
Requin will just ignore her. Absolutely.
Lee's used to that.
I feel like, yeah, she would go up and take the tape measure from Mino's hands and, like, do it herself, essentially.
Oh my god. Mino watches this with great interest. He is like mouth open. You're pretty sure you saw like several snowflakes fall into his mouth as Requin measures herself. What is your performance roll, Requin?
Okay, let's see. That is a nat 20.
Wow.
Last 12. So
Wow.
that's a 32.
Yeah, as you look over, Lee is also standing there like mouth agape as though like confused about how Requin could like... It's such a simple thing of just measuring themselves. You have like confounded the dwarf. The dwarf immediately falls onto like one knee in front of you. And he literally hands you a small brass token. It appears to be some sort of family seal, and he says, "My lady, I could never imagine giving this to anyone but yourself. This is the symbol of my clan. I am yours forever, for I will never look upon a woman as I have looked upon you." You're like literally still there with like tape measure in hand measuring yourself.
As interesting as that offer is, I really haven't done anything. Surely you have other companions you're more willing to give this to.
Of course, silly me. He sort of pockets it back again and looks quite forlorn.
Oh.
Ali,
Okay.
meanwhile inside, you literally kicked a cat, toppled over a bookshelf, and knocked over several things. Minnow hasn't noticed. You then decide you're going to do this properly and start searching.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. I rolled on that one for perception.
Oh no! Wow. Ali, you
No
can't
idea
find.
what magic looks like. Why am I being sent to look for something magical?
You have like 10 different books. All of them look like the book that that Esker described.
Wow. Okay.
Esker, please make a perception.
A perception.
Yes, please.
Skeption, we got a 19.
19. Excellent. You see Ali's desperate face looking out the window, holding like several books and being like, "Oh."
I'll like, as she holds up books, I'll like subtly shake my head and puts that one away and then pulls up another book and then shake my head and then.
All right, we're gonna do this in a fun way. Ali, can you please roll a 1d12?
Yeah. 10.
10. Excellent. Ali holds up a book. Esker, is it the right book? Perception.
Is it, 14.
It does not look like the right book. You shake your head. Ali goes to grab another one. Ali, roll a 1d12.
1.
What? Is it the right book, Esker?
It sure isn't. It's a 10.
Sure isn't. It's a 10. Perfect. Esker shakes his head again. Ali, you have one more book this turn. Which book do you pick up?
I pick up number 3.
Number 3, Esker. Perception. Is this the right book?
15.
15? Esker, this isn't the right book anymore either. You shake your head at Ali.
I shake my head.
I put those 3 books away.
I then look at the scene in front of me with Requin and Nino, and I start casting Fabricate. So the suit, the leather armor will just like float in the air, and also the chitin plates will float out of my backpack.
Oh, nice.
And I will begin affixing the chitin and making it smaller for Requin all in one go. That's sort of like this big display.
Please roll a performance check, Esker.
Oh, I'm not good at these.
And your charisma. Your charisma, Esker.
15?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Requin, you are also in this performance. As the armor is fastening itself around you, fitting itself to your body. Roll performance.
What did I get? Look what I get. That would be 7 plus 12, so
19. Excellent. You two are putting on a good show.
pretty good.
Mino seems to be astounded by what the wizard can do. Remember, magic in this world is not super popular, not super well known. Most people cannot do what you do. So the fact that Esker is literally building armor that would have taken Mino half a day to do at least astounds the dwarf.
In mere minutes.
Yep. Meanwhile, Ali, inside the caravan, please roll a 1d12.
9.
9. Excellent. You hold up a book to the window for Esker.
And... No, it's not the book. It's 7.
This isn't the book
There's
either,
so
Ali.
many you can go.
Oh my god.
You pick up another
What's
book.
I have left?
You pull another book out from underneath the cat.
5.
5. Is it the book, Esker?
Hang on.
Oh my god. Can I carry the remaining books easily?
You can just steal all his books.
I just fill them all. I'd be like, this is gonna take
Is that-
forever. I've been in here so long. I'm gonna grab all the books and get out of there.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna leave the ones that you said weren't book and grab the remaining ones.
There was 12. We've checked 5, so there's 7 remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal them. I'm
Ali,
sure I can fit a couple in my backpack and then
7 books.
yeah.
You don't want to try one more to lighten the load?
Alright, Ali's getting out of there.
You don't want to try. You don't want to trust in
Oh
the
my
bonds
God.
of friendship.
No, Ali's getting out. She's gonna steal them
Ali's-
all. She's like, you need a book.
Ali's-
There's books. Yeah.
Ali's had enough. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Oh my god. Ali, please make a stealth check as you evacuate the wagon.
Now, where were those rolls earlier? 29.
Wow.
I'm not very good at perceptions.
Wow.
It's been great.
Yeah, I'm really
Ali-
good at perception, so this is annoying.
Ali, you give Lee the signal from behind the tree that you have made it out safely with the book. Lee stretches and sort of yawns.
Books.
With books, yeah. Lee doesn't know that. Also, we only agreed upon a signal for Ali then when she's got the book and not for the books. So, I'm sure Lee's just assumed she's got the book.
A reverse heist to get the books back inside.
Yeah, they're the alleys
We
now.
can just say that
Oh
we
my
got
god.
They're doing to a book thing.
So, Lee stretches and yawns and just says, "Oh, sun's getting awful low, Esker."
That it is. We should probably talk to some other, and then he'll finish the spell, and the buckles will clasp around Requin. They'll have 2 chitinous pauldrons, one big plate for the chest, and some around the gauntlets. Do with that AC what you want to do, but she now has studded leather armor with some chitin.
Ooh.
Yay! We'll figure that out.
Yay.
So,
Do-do.
Mino, now sort of
nod at
he's taken aback by this whole thing, and goes and sort of sits down on the front of his wagon. You can see him like fanning his face, which is still bright red.
Esker will toss him a sack of 20 gold pieces.
Excellent. He looks at it confused and looks back at the Ganassi.
You get me that shield that I asked you for.
Oh, of course. I'll get right on it. He seems very confused right now.
Well, there's some others here. Can either of you all call Ali over or whistle or something? I don't really have lips.
Don't really have lips. Lee looks at you
What?
incredulously. She's like, wait, y'all tell me y'all can't whistle?
On Earth?
Esker can't whistle.
Nah, there ain't no way,
Yeah.
says Lee.
Like Esker will like try and like mimic the facial shape that a human makes, and just air comes out. Just like stubborn.
Dang, Eska. Y'all surprise me every day. Reckon we gotta help this man.
Yes.
Oh my god. We're going
While
to
this is
have a
going
whistle
on,
now.
we
Is
would
that
have,
where we're going? Layla is gonna be so disappointed at us. We are the worst investigators.
Okay. Shush.
So listen, we got a
Very
bit
wonderful.
distracted.
I'll just.
I'm not here. Ellie's still not there. Like, where are they? I've got them smoke. I need to do things. I'm running out of time.
Lee, what is Requin doing in this situation?
We'll probably just let her, Viola, make some noise to indicate Allie that we're here.
Lee gets the hint and is just like, oh, yeah, if there were any other people around here and wanted to come get some food, we'd definitely be around that there fire with the chef. So any people that weren't right like here now, that's where we'd be. That's where we'd meet them, right, Requin? Right, Requin?
She will not reply and just.
This is so funny.
Lee goes and just sits by the fire.
Esker will just like turn around and slowly walk.
I suppose we shall.
Sits down next to Lee. Lee appears to be trying to show Requin, show Esker how to whistle.
And just more like just can't do it.
Okay. No, now our mission is to make Esker whistle. We need to make a device that allows him to whistle. And that
Lee-
device is going to be what he
Lee like leaps up and she's like, Requin, y'all got a deal.
I feel like
Starts-
Allie would start to hear all this and then shake her head and walk away going, oh my god.
Which direction away?
She's like sneaking back in the camp and then here's a really off topic and she's like, yeah, this isn't gonna get us anywhere. And then walks out.
Just walks out.
Yeah.
says the
It's like,
one
I'm-
playing hat
Yeah.
game with me.
Yeah.
What Allie's gonna do actually, she's gonna go look for who's on the top of her suspicion list.
Perfect. Ali has left the camp. Meanwhile,
With all the books too. She
with
has
all the books, that's true, with all the books. Meanwhile, Lee and Esker are sitting around the fire trying to get Esker to whistle. Requin, what are you doing? Do you want to interrogate any of the other people here in camp? Do you want to leave? Do you want to build Esker some kind of complicated device that allows him to whistle?
If only we knew it. Rather, who could do that? Sure, I would like to speak to Grove.
Reckon walks right past Esker and Lee. Lee has like Esker's cheeks and is trying to like forcibly move them into a position where he can blow a whistle.
But they're like rigid
Yeah,
and stiff like
She's
stone.
like, she's literally just like got like both your cheeks in her hand and he's just like, come on, whistle.
just Lee can't deal with the concept that somebody can't whistle.
Oh, no, just absolutely cannot deal. Requin, meanwhile, you walk up to the chef. He stands up tall. He's like, again, he's like 8 foot tall. He's a big boy. And he sort of turns around, crosses his arms and says, "What do you want?"
You're awfully grumpy, as usual.
At least you get it. No one around here does anything they need to.
Oh, did something happen?
He pulls up a piece of meat. "Damn goblin's gonna serve this. It's fucking raw," he says.
I'm so sorry. Perhaps you didn't express your intentions to them.
He looks at you just dumbstruck,
You're
mouth
not exactly
open.
a great communicator.
"Lady, if you're gonna talk to me like that, you can get out of the kitchen."
We are not the kitchen.
He like waves his arms around it all, like the kitchen implements and things, and the fire in front of him. "What do you call this then?"
I would call this a poor setup next to a campfire.
Oh, could you please roll a persuasion, Requin?
Sure. My goodness, that's an 18 plus 6, so 24.
Wow. He sits back down on his wagon. Says, "Ah, you're right. This is a poor state of affairs. I should be cooking in the palaces and manors, mansions. Here I am stuck out here. And why? You poison one group with a... I mean, how was I supposed to know that lad killed that deer a week ago? Damn nobles. Ain't got the stomach for it anyway. Now I'm stuck here."
Cast off here.
"Oh, what's happened to me life? I was famous, you know," he says, looking up at Requin. "I was sought after throughout the land. Now this is all the work I can get."
Mm-hmm. Do you think ordering people around and disregarding them, threatening them is a good way to feed the chef?
He like stands up. He's like, "That's the way I was taught. That's the only way there is. You tell me a better way and I'm all ears."
Oh. Perhaps you could, I don't know, make instructions for people, talk to them in a normal, non-yelling voice. Oh, but it won't work. Maybe not for you.
"What? No. I can do it. Here. Oh, you!" he yells at a goblin. He looks back at Requin. I mean, Kevin, come here a minute." A small goblin like timidly walks up. He looks at Requin, says, "Now, Kevin, you know you gotta cook the meat through, right? And then you won't make damn people He stops and looks at Requin. That's how we avoid food poisoning, Kevin. You don't want to make no one sick. Don't be like me, Kevin. Don't do it. You're destined for great things, Kevin." The goblin looks petrified by all this, by the way. It's literally shaking like... "You're destined for great things, Kevin. You stick with me, and we'll take this world by storm. He sort of puts his arm up away from the goblin. The goblin just like bolts off, terrified. You give me a lot to think about, miss. I reckon I can make a change.
Actually, quit. Well then, perhaps it'll also in your cooking.
You reckon I could come ask you for some lessons in being nice? The word looks like it's got some
Absolutely
sort
not.
of bad taste in his mouth. Ugh. Pushing the friendship, I guess.
If you want lessons, you should go talk to. Well, go talk to Ali about that.
Ali? You mean that little elf
Anyway.
girl?
Yes.
Alright. Next time I see her, I'll sit her down and ask her how to be nice.
Right.
You can do this, Grolp. He seems to be talking to himself now, stirring the big pot over the fire.
Aww. She'll just quietly excuse herself
Esker will
and
put on heartfelt.
stop walking off.
Esker's doing...
Heartfelt.
Yes?
Yeah, I got a natural 20. I rolled this like a while ago. Because I was wanting to do it anyway. And it's just been sitting in front of me and I've just been waiting for the right moment.
Disembodied Hans, do you allow pre-rolling or no?
I can roll
Disembodied Hans says yes.
Alright.
Thanks, Disembodied Hans. Disembodied Hans approves your pre-roll, Esker.
Okay,
And-
I can send a photo because I have the other dice there. It's an advantage.
Yeah, we want proof. No, don't. It's fine.
Proof's coming. Don't worry.
Esker, you sense
Okay.
Grolp's intentions. His heart is big and it is simple. He's an orc. He wants to cook. He feels sad that his dreams were crushed when he accidentally gave a whole party food poisoning and was kicked from noble society and now slums it in these caravans. But he really cares about his food. He's passionate and he seems willing, if not maybe able, to make a change for the better. Will he be nice? That's still to be seen. Meanwhile, Requin has excused
I'd
herself.
just like to say, both of Requin's conversations have gotten us like a really good answer of okay, good, and
Yes.
I'm just no, she will start walking off in search of perhaps Ali, seeing as though she disappeared.
Lee excuses herself to Grolp and heads off. And as she does, she looks back at Esker and sort of whistles like, "Come on, Songword, let's go."
He'll get up and follow.
And the party leaves, moving out of the camp. You soon meet up with Ali and Requin at the edge of Campia to discuss the books that Ali found. Esker, it doesn't take you long to find the book you are looking for. Please investigate what is inside.
Investigation. 18.
18, excellent. Inside, there are some dark spells, that is true, but it seems that Minnow has written notes to... Nobody laugh at that. Or everyone can, that's fine. It was pretty funny. I've invented a new word. It is roten. It has been roten in the stars. That in this book, Mino has written themselves some notes, pointing out how to avoid accidentally casting these dark spells. It appears the book is useful, and Mino has taken precautions to make sure that they do not use these spells in bad ways.
I'll pocket the book.
Excellent. Ali still holds 6 more books. What would you like to do?
Do you want the books?
I only wanted this one. I don't know why you brought those.
Because your description wasn't good enough. All these books look the same.
Oh, you showed me and I picked it up.
Lee looks down and like agrees with Ali, like picking up a book upside down and looking at it and just going, "Yeah, Eska, these things are all double Dutch to me." Requin and Eska, you both look at Lee and Ali like, these books could not be more different.
Yeah.
I guess I used the powder.
It's gonna
60 books. What's I open one? What's in it?
Sorry, what was that question, Ali?
I opened one of the books. What's in it?
What's in it? This one appears to be complex mechanical diagrams of unusual automata.
Okay. Well,
You need to give that one back. Like, he needs that.
no, I stole it.
He needs it.
Lee,
Eska's pleading with her.
Yeah. Lee picks up all the books from Ali and says, "Ma'am, may I?"
Sure. You take the books and don't mention my name.
Yeah. Lee walks over to Requin and hands them to Requin, holding them out, and says, "If y'all take these back, he ain't gonna care."
I've done enough for today.
Alright. I guess it's up to little old me. And Lee leaves the party for a second, coming back shortly after. Alright. The deed is done.
And we still have no suspects for Lilia at all.
Yeah, I'm
I believe
confounded
we
too.
should pay a visit to a certain drow.
Ooh.
Agree, I don't trust her. At all. She owes me some gold. It's not looking for a caravan.
Excellent. Grolp, what are you doing here?
Oh! Go back to the kitchen with you. Thank
To
you.
the kitchen. And Holas is gone as well. Okay, so you find in a small camp as you arrive. Wait, where are you? You're all down there. Let's move you a little bit further up. Okay, so you arrive in a small camp. As you have scanned several, this one, you do find the drow Halestra. She is by herself, looking in the back of a small wagon that she owns. Off to the side, just literally staring up at the sky, is the Stargazer Elisar. You've been watching them for like a full 30 seconds. They just have not moved. Yeah.
How often do people think that Elisar's dead?
Eska, can you roll an intuition check?
Oh boy.
14.
14? Yeah, you do some math, and you reckon it's gotta be once a day.
Aww.
Meanwhile, Off to one side, you see Hensel and Tobia. Hensel, the maiden, Tobia, the small child. Again, they look distraught. But surprisingly, you see them deep in conversation with Pat.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. No. Requin needs to handle that conversation.
Really?
Seeing Pat, Esker will fill in a few small details with Requin.
A few small details.
Here's small detail. Just a quick passing of, oh yeah, hey, by the way, I love this.
By the way, I learned this. This is what Pat's been up to. Please be very discreet.
Yeah. Hey, this thing that Pat told me never to tell anyone else.
I explicitly told Pat I was going to tell the other two.
Excellent. So, Requin, are you going to go talk to Pat and Hensel and Tobia?
I suppose so.
Requin walks over to the small group. Meanwhile, Halestra has noticed you and is watching you suspiciously from across the camp. Has not taken her eyes off the group since she noticed you.
Watching her suspiciously.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's not very discreet of us to go up to, like, everyone individually, but making our rounds. I feel like Halestra knows that we're trying to investigate.
Halestra is pretty switched on.
And luckily, I have reason to talk to her. And I turn to Escar and I go, I'm gonna go get my gold back.
You do.
And I walk over.
I'm gonna have some fun with the owl.
Please don't do the thing again.
Can we not break all the NPCs? That'd be nice.
Esker is going to look for 2 mugs as he walks over to the owl.
Oh no! Oh. Esker, Esker, you have
doing something nice.
Yeah, you have travel mugs, Esker.
I have travel mugs? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Everyone knows exactly what he's about to do.
Poor Elissa.
Poor Elissa. Hasn't Esker broken enough hearts already today?
He really has. Ali, I believe Requin gave you the initiative order, or would you like to take it back, Requin?
I do not mind. I'm curious about this Halestra, although I do have some information on her that could help talk with her.
Indeed.
So wrap up your conversation and go talk to Halestra?
I suppose.
Excellent.
Point,
In that case, Requin, you head over towards Pat and Hensel and Tobia. Pat sees you coming. Oh my god. Pat does not see you coming at all because she rolled in that one. So, Pat does not see you because you come up behind Hensel and Tobia. Pat says, we're almost there. It's fine. Just keep your heads down. No one will know. But beware, I think some of the guards are becoming suspicious. They were asking questions. I think I assuaged their suspicions, but just be careful when you talk to them. Hensel's just sort of nodding. Tobia, again, just seems very shell-shocked as usual. Requin, how would you like to approach this?
She will clear her throat and making her presence known, and just stand there watching everyone's expressions, treading lightly.
Excellent. Pat immediately sort of moves in between and stands between Hensel and Tobia and Requin. Says, Requin, nice to see you again. We're just having a chat about this weather. It's ghastly, isn't it?
Mm. Those scarves you made, Hansel, they are quite well made.
Oh, yes, ma'am, she says, keeping her eyes down.
I don't suppose you have all had dinner?
Pat looks at you sort of suspiciously. Hensel stammers a little bit. Tobia sort of looks up to you a little bit. And sort of shakes his head.
Well, I reckon it would be a good idea. It is getting late after all. And you all seem to be quite on edge.
Hensel at this point blurts out, it's just like, this is nothing, we're not doing anything. We're just having a conversation about the weather. It's ghastly, isn't it? She says, like, almost word for word what Pat just said. Pat sort of winces a little bit at the obvious fumble.
I did not say I didn't believe you. Though now, you seem insistent on keeping your story straight.
Would you like to make an investigation check, Requin?
Sure thing. I didn't mean to do... I don't know. I was like, yeah, you know what? I feel like Requin is taking over me sometimes. It's not a good thing. Investigation. 12 plus 6, so 18.
18? Excellent. Pat gives in and just sort of moves close to you, Requin, and says, all right, how much does that bastard tell you?
Oh, you mean Eska. Right.
She looks at you. She's just like, yes, that one. How much to keep this a secret? We have to get them quietly to the north. You seem like an upstanding sort. Surely you wouldn't identify them. If I can just get them to a safe haven, they'll be safe. They can't be found there.
Of course, it doesn't bring me any interest whatsoever to share this secret of yours, so you will be safe to assume that I am at least trustworthy in that regard.
Excellent. How convincing are you? Please persuade.
Persuasion! That's not a great roll. Woo. Come on, Bard, you can do it. What's my persuasion? Oof. Okay, that's a 14.
Excellent. Pat seems unsure. Hensel appears absolutely just terrified of the idea of being found out. But Tobia walks up to you and sort of reaches out to hold your hand. He seems to trust you.
She will smile at him. Something she doesn't do rarely. And will, rub her thumb over his hand while continuing to speak to Pat and Hensel. Regardless if you don't believe me or not, I am not going to stop you.
They both look suspiciously and worried, but Tobia speaks up. Mum, she saved me, Mum. You should have seen what happened. It was ghastly. It was horrible. It was almost as bad as... And he sort of catches himself. It was bad, Mum, but But she's good. She saved me. She could have got hurt. Her and all her friends. I trust them. Hensel just breaks down into tears. Just drops down onto her knees in front. My boy, we have to be careful. She looks into his eyes and says, if you trust them, then I trust them. She sort of stands up. She is looking more regal than before. Miss Requin, we would love, of course, myself and Tobia, and I feel I speak for Pat, we would love to break bread with you. We appreciate your support and your keeping our secret. You cannot know the horrors that man inflicted upon me. He cannot find me. He cannot find my son.
And he will not. If you do feel unsure, I am sure that my companions and I will be happy to accommodate you for a little bit.
Hensel just has tears sort of streaming down her face. Pat still seems a little bit unsure of you, but seems to have softened a bit.
We saved her life so many times.
Yeah, true. Pat says, you know what? You saved my life too. Several times. I suppose if you were some sort of dark assassins, you'd have done me in by now. And having allies is not a bad thing, I suppose. It's good to know that there are some guards that I can trust more wholly than others. The caravan is full of all the goods we could secret away. I've laid plans and false paths. As far as that bastard knows, these two are heading for the sea and out to the Western Isles. Idiot's probably riding there on his horse right now. Meanwhile, we keep their passage secret across the northern pass. It's dangerous, but in the Northlands they have a new shot for a new life. She grabs your hand and brushes her lips across the back of it in some sort of gesture of her homeland. It's not quite a kiss, but it's more just a brushing of lips. Lady Requin. And Pat leads them over to the fire, where they sit down, and Tobia begins to scoop out some simple soup and hot bread for 3. He has a 4th bowl there and puts it on a log, ready for Requin.
Oh, you got it. You gotta eat it. You gotta.
My heart.
Don't be cruel. Requin, don't be cruel.
Requin talk to everyone. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Never send a wizard to do a bard's job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Alright,
as
fine.
this,
I'll go sit.
Oh, cute as.
I'll go sit and eat. And maybe eavesdrop?
Yes.
But yeah.
Why not do both?
Else.
Be wonderful.
So, meanwhile, Eska,
Yes,
you have been talking to Elisar.
I have been.
Would you like to explain to the class
no.
what evil trick you've been playing?
He currently has an upside down mug. And I have a right side up mug with some water in it. I say cheers. He snaps out of his stupor, cheerses with the upside down mug, and then tries to drink it, gets confused, and then goes back into his stupor.
Yep,
So mean.
that is still happening. He seems to be staring at the cup as though it is some sort of forgotten artifact. He cannot figure out why he can't drink from it. You're starting to wonder, Esker, how he like survives by himself.
I feel like there are a lot of other people that make sure he has food and water.
Oh my god.
But after
17 times.
yeah, what is way too many times, Esker's still cacking himself. He tries to grab Elisar's attention and goes, "What are the stars saying tonight?"
Elisar like snaps out of his reverie, and like someone's asked him about the stars. He is like on point now. Suddenly, his eyes seem to like dilate, and he seems way more lucid than normal. Meanwhile, over at the campfire, hearing this hysterical laughter, Tobia sort of peers out, looks over at Esker, and turns to Requin sitting next to him. It's just like, that rock man, he's a strange friend of yours, isn't he? Is he always this weird? I've never seen him up close like this since that time. Up in the with the thing.
He is usually quite interesting.
Tobia seems to nod and just take your minimal analysis as gospel.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Oh, wait, can I add? But yes, he is renowned, being known as Rockman.
I don't
sometimes.
Can Esker hear this conversation?
Please roll perception. Actually, no, passive perception, because you're not actively listening to Requin.
12. Well, it's 12, so
12? No.
You're welcome.
Oh, wow. You're never living down Rockman.
No. God damn it, Lee.
Excellent. Elisar, as we said, suddenly focused. And he says, "Oh, child, the stars, they reveal all. For instance, you see here the constellations. They clash. This, of course, means disaster befalling upon the world, although I must admit, my forefathers say those constellations have clashed for thousands of years above this dark land. So I suppose this is not much of a prophecy. But it is in the interpretation and the retellings and tellings of such things that all us stargazers will live and develop our craft. For there are tiny variations. I feel the darkness stretching out like tentacles of black, even now into all our hearts. But what of you, man?" It looks you up and down. "What of you, Rockman?"
Hey, Elisa. Cheers.
Wow.
He looks at his cup. And he's just like, "Oh." He sort of flips it up the right way. He says, "I appear to have spilt all my tea."
Oh, that you have.
He waddles over back to the fire to get some more tea, but ends up just sort of staring into the flames and forgets to fill his cup.
I watch this happen, and I walk over to him, and
It's so funny how I sometimes go to like move your miniatures on the screen.
yeah,
So I've got to do both.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I move them on the screen. Disembodied Hans, he moves them on the map. Yeah, sorry, Hans. I forgot about you. Sorry, Hans.
I
You
will
can't forget about disembodied Hans.
tap him on the shoulder. I will actually pour him a glass of tea because
Yeah.
this is kind of sad
Same.
now.
Yeah, no, it has been bad since it started.
No.
Requin gives you such a look. Like, those green eyes burn into your soul, Esker.
I pay no attention.
Yep.
And try and like bring him back to the conversation and go, what was your question?
Oh. Let's see, does he remember? He does. Oh, the stars. What do you see, boy?
Chaos and order, wonderment and terror.
He grabs your head like rather forcefully, actually, like suddenly, and stares into your eyes. His eyes are huge and black, sort of open up, dilated. They're glossy, and you can see the stars reflected in them. He seems to be staring into you for quite some time. He says, "Alas, I do not see yet that you have connected with your inner self. You cannot see the dance that the stars truly play. Only the dance that you see here. The lights which they emit. Only the barest inkling of the future they tell. It is not yet for you. But should you wish to become my apprentice, I can show you the stars and how..." He's glancing up at the stars. He seems to have zoned out mid-sentence. One arm around Esker and the other one pointing up to the stars.
Elissa. And like Esker will like click at him.
He does not move.
No, it doesn't move. He's just gone now. Esker will move on. I think he's gleaned enough information.
Excellent. Where would you like to move?
I will go sit on the opposite bench.
Esker moves around and sits on the opposite bench in front of the fire. Little Tobia sits on the other end of the log to you. He keeps sort of like glancing at you as though trying to look at you without you noticing.
Without moving, I will just do like a little shower of sparks.
Nice. His eyes are real wide as he watches it. Lee goes and just plops herself up on a nearby wagon bench as Ali approaches Halestra.
Yeah,
"Evening, ma'am," says Lee. Again, trying to dip her hat.
is something to note, because Lee will probably pick up on it. Ali is really nervous right now. She's fiddling with her bracelet a lot. But she's trying to hide it. She's putting on a brave face.
Yeah. Lee's pretty good at noticing what's going on with Ali. We have discovered.
But Ali just approaches and says, "Good evening."
"Ah, good evening to you. And to what do I owe the pleasure of this interrogation?"
Well, couldn't help but notice that you have better eyes than, well, let's say most people. You have a keen insight, so, as you say, if I were to interrogate someone, you'd be the best person to talk to, would you not agree?
Halestra reaches out and sort of strokes your arm a little bit, Ali. "Yes, looks like someone interrogated you at some point. I'd love
Ali
to know that
flinches.
story."
Yeah, Ali flinches from that touch.
My, struck a nerve, have we? Yes,
I'm here to talk to you.
Well, I'm aware that... She sort of motions to everyone in the camp. "I'm aware what those two are doing. sending you out, the faithful dogs, here to investigate all of us innocent people to see if we are the one bringing doom upon this caravan. I can tell you who I think it is, of course. I do know quite a lot. She's sort of fiddling with her nails now absent-mindedly, but you have the feeling that she's watching yours and Lee's every move.
And who do you think it would be then? Can't all be innocent.
My dear, that is some fairly important information. Let's just say I have my suspicions. A few people have caught my eye. I've been keeping an eye on them. What price will you pay for my information?
What do you want? You've already taken my gold, so I imagine that wouldn't do. What does the con artist such as yourself want from me?
Please. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Just actually wow. Halestra produces a small pouch of gold. I merely borrowed this. You see, I recognize game when I see it. You have some skill, young elf. Although, due to your mannerisms, I sense that you don't really know your heritage. Perhaps adopted, perhaps abandoned as a child. It's unclear. But don't think I don't want to know. Either way, I do respect you. And she looks over at Lee, looks up and down, and sort of back to you, says, good choice. But I suppose I could level with you on who I suspect. And should we vote the same way tomorrow, we may be free of their dark influence, if you catch my drift.
Are you going to tell me or not?
Yes, of course. I have 3 that I cannot figure out just yet. That Hala. How much do you really know about her?
Me? Not much.
Those
Yes.
maidens of the spear. They make me uncomfortable. All that training in their secret temples, all that religious zealotry. I mean, realistically, do you suppose that they don't meddle with some dark powers? She gives me the creeps, and I'm not exactly one to freak easily. Tell me you haven't felt the same.
I find anyone who tries to recruit strangers uncomfortable.
Exactly. How many do you see that I've recruited? Says Halestra, motioning around to the empty snow around her. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. That one seems to need the company of others more than she stands to be alone. It's kind of strange. Seems sick and twisted to me. But that could just be myself. Of course, there is always Hollis. She drops the name as though expecting a reaction.
I don't think Ali's met Hollis,
I don't think so.
so I really don't know who you're talking
Wait,
about.
no, you were there for the party, weren't you?
But playing cards the
You
whole
played
time.
cards the whole time.
Yeah, but the first stop was Hollis's camp where we spoke to her about
True.
getting bull. So
True.
yes, you do know.
You do know Hollis.
Oh yeah, she murdered the sheep.
Yep.
Yes, she murdered the sheep.
Yes.
That's what Ali
Instead
says.
of
Okay.
She murdered the sheep.
Shape. Oh, yeah.
Halestra's
That's
like,
it. That's all I know.
yes, that one. Very strange. I mean, how much do you know about centaurs? Not often to see one of them wandering alone in the wilderness. That says to me something dark happened to her or by her hand.
Well, I think something a little bit dark has happened to all of us, wouldn't you say?
Yes. But I cannot find out anything about her, and that makes me suspicious.
We all have our secrets too.
Very
I don't know
well.
anything about you. Except that you're good at thieving just as well as I am.
That is true. She moves a few inches closer to you. Of course, if you convince me, maybe I could show you a little bit more about myself. She bites her lower lip.
Ali just goes, well, you tell me one thing, and I might pay you for the information. But I get to choose how to pay.
She looks and sort of sighs. Pity. Usually I like things on my own terms. Very well.
Well, how about you pick 3 options, and I get to pick one of them. You still get to choose, and I still get to choose.
She thinks it over in her head, sort of biting a fingernail. All right. One piece of information about myself. If you deem it worthy, I think you and I share a special bond of heritage. I am not fully drow. I am half. On my mother's side. I do not know much of my heritage about the drow, only what I have been able to research myself, for my mother was completely abandoned by her people for marrying my father. Therefore, like yourself, I do not know my heritage and culture. It is a black void inside me that I cannot erase. Tell me you do not feel the same way.
It's true. I do not know my culture. But maybe I once did. That I don't know either.
Then you are one step higher than I am. For, although I've tried to seek my people out, they will not talk to me. I am abandoned by them. They hide in their caves below. That's fine. I do not need them. I am a proud member of my mother's and father's house. And she stands up a little bit straighter. Can take care of myself. Now, do you deem my fact worthy?
For now.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, then I claim my payment. Option first, a single gold coin. Option 2, you reveal something about yourself to me. I am a purveyor of information, of course. And option 3, she looks at Lee, looks at you. Well, option 3 is we spend some time getting to know each other a bit better. Of course, and she runs a very sharp fingernail down her cheek. The choice is yours.
Ali tosses a gold coin her way.
She looks at it in her hand, says, "Pity. Very well. Have you nothing more of me this evening? I think I will seek my own company and finish packing these wagons. For in the morning, who knows, I might be the one sent packing." And she walks away without a single look back. Party,
You got your gold back?
I did.
says Requin across the fire.
As she leaves, Ali's gonna take like a big breath, and she's just been holding her breath this whole time.
Lee hops down and says to Ali, "Well, that one's mighty intense, ain't she?"
You could say that.
She gives me the willies.
Ali is gonna reach for Lee's head, and her head is really clammy.
Yeah, Lee grabs hold of Ali's hand and sort of dries it with the inner lining of her jacket for wrapping Ali into a hug. Darling, ain't nothing to be afraid of. That one, I reckon's dangerous as a deep snake baked in a cake.
Well done.
Ali giggles a little bit at Lee's comment. It makes her relax.
Again, Lee does use humor to mask pain and sadness.
Does Eskin notice this embrace?
What, Lee and Ali?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Cool.
lit up. It's like lit up by the fire and like very obvious.
He's gonna cast levitate on the hat.
Ali,
Not cheating.
Ali, please,
Yeah, no.
please make a dexterity save, Ali.
Okay.
Yeah.
21.
21. Excellent. Eska, what is your spell DC save?
It is 18.
18. Unfortunately, Ali manages to hold onto the hat, although it is trying to fly off. Lee looks over at Ali, like deep into her eyes, and just puts her hand on top of the hat, straightening it on Ali's head.
Aww.
Oh God.
Eska will stop then. Seeing that.
Oh my God.
Ali then, while still like embracing the hug, goes, "Probably go tell the others what we learned."
Oh God. So, is there anyone else that you would like to investigate? I think that is all the NPCs that you have talked to.
All the NPCs.
Excellent. So, party. As the night falls and you mull over in your head who you think the Dreamhunter might be, Lalia has impressed upon you the importance of making sure that you know who this person is by the next morning, because action will be taken against them. Anyone you suspect may be kicked from the caravan, or worse. You will need to think it over. And it is at this point that you all retire back to the wagon and then mull it over, because cliffhanger alert, at the start of the next episode is when you will need to make your choice.
Looks like Detective X is coming back out.
You have a single night. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. It's almost like the DM wanted to keep something secret and people guessing.
Also, like her two
Oh,
suspects are
God.
the only two people we didn't talk to.
True.
Yeah, I was also thinking that
Yeah.
they kind of wanted to tell us, but
Mm.
I don't know. We just
Well,
didn't get to it.
As you all leave the fire, Tobia waves you goodbye. Pat gives you a meaningful look, and Elisar is still staring at the ceiling, up at the stars, just doing nothing. And it is with that you retire to your caravan to discuss what you have learned, because on the next episode, you will need to send your accusations against some of your comrades here in the wagon. Who will you choose? You have one night to roleplay that out, when realistically it's probably going to be like a week. It'll probably be next week, Sunday. But in any case, you have some limited time to do some roleplays in the Discord as you retire to your caravan. Congratulations, team. You have successfully interrogated and discovered things that you did not know about many of the denizens of this wagon train. You have successfully alienated several people. Eska!
I didn't mean to.
Damage control to do after this.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
that's why I said recommend to do damage control, because this is like
Yeah.
so frustrating that it's critical. Like any other role would have been fine. Like a 2 would have been fine. They just wouldn't have trusted me as much. But now that she hates me,
True. Man, I need to... Hey, thanks, Arles. That was awesome comments, mate. I really appreciate it. You are an absolute legend. And welcome to the Discord. I saw that notification. I need to fix one of the links. So somebody... I need to remind myself in the Discord, actually. I'll just put this in my own little thing. I need to change the link. Change the link to the YouTube, because the YouTube link for the D&D stuff is wrong. So I will fix that. But yeah, if you want to check out old episodes where we were trying to figure out how to do this and sort of slowly getting better and better, which I'm really enjoying the fact that we, like, every episode just feels like so much better.
oh yeah.
There we are. That's the YouTube for our old episodes. Plus most of them will still be up on the VODs below the channel. Wow, my fingers went crazy. It's my dungeon master hands to attack players and my sharp teeth.
Cute little teeths.
No, listen, look how sharp they are.
Blunt.
Look.
Look how blunt and cute and adorable they are.
No, look, they're very sharp.
Look, Requin agrees.
I will bite you.
Requin don't think many things is adorable, but this.
Listen.
This, yeah.
Listen, I will bite you. I'll do it.
Do it. Go on.
I'm going to.
Those still your baby teeth.
I will do it. I'll bite you, Eska.
Go on. Do it. Do it.
Oh.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice. Listen here, you. Don't make this weird. Oh God. Man, you're all legends. This was such a good episode. Such a good episode.
Yeah. I still have Lee's hat.
You do still have
is
Lee's
amazing.
hat. You do. Hold on, let me bring Lee's hat back. I need to add it. I need to add this as an image. Oh no, I don't know what I called it.
You didn't call it Lee's hat?
I might have.
Yeah.
I might have. Uh-oh.
I think it's funny that Lee successfully didn't go back.
I'm going back. What the heck is Lee's hat called? What the heck is Lee's hat called? Where's the sources? What did I'm sure I just like made something stupid the hat. Like it wasn't like a normal thing. Oh, it's just Lee. I made it Lee. There's the hat. Because I didn't need the Lee thing. Okay, so I need to add Lee back in. Scenes. We're back to chatting. I need to add in Lee's hat. Okay. Meanwhile, Eska's made a new best friend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just like constant Discord notifications. You're gonna fit in just fine around here.
Yeah, you're gonna fit in so well.
Okay, now Ali has Lee's hat again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I want her to do a moonwalk now.
Oh my god, man, we gotta. That was a long episode. Hold on, how long was that? I can't tell.
4 hours?
4 hours. 4 hours. That's a long time.
We did stuff.
We did such a good stuff. You're very awesome for sticking that out.
Yeah, I am.
Um,
Do you realize what time I work in the morning?
yeah, I know. Me too. What about me? I have to go to work early as well. Okay, so yeah, public holiday. Yeah, I still have to work.
You still-
No,
Gross.
rest for the weekend.
Ew.
It's too expensive to make work on a holiday.
Gross. Well, I'm a salary employee.
Yeah,
Okay, who are we gonna raid here? Who's playing Dajnons and Dagrons? This person has just started. Zenny Pie.
Ooh.
They're
do
playing D&D Fairy Tales, Session 78, Mind Goblins. Love it. Mind Goblins. Perfect. Let's raid this person. Hey, thank you very much to everyone, both here and over in the YouTube land, if you're watching this in the future, and to these players, because that was an excellent episode. That was super good.
It was really,
Yeah.
Not to toot my own horn, but.
Oh, you
that's
can,
yes.
you can toot your own horn. I'm just not going to watch.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go raid Zenny Pie. Zenny Pie seems cool. I actually don't know much about them at all ever. This is the first time I've seen them live, so we're still gonna go raid Zenny Pie. What's our raid message, team? You don't want to like send a raid message.
I don't know. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I think that's the joke. Bambay. And who the heck is this Ghast Blast V? Who knows that guy? Making rude,
Some weirdo. Some weirdo.
Yeah, some weirdo, yeah.
making dirty jokes in our chat here. Where's Schmex? Schmex will ban him.
No.
No. Okay. We did investigating.
Yep.
We tried. We tried to investigate.
We
We
tried.
did stuff.
SKPI is ready for hire.
Yep. Bye.
Bye!
Oh no.